Do you want to level up your React skills? Here we are diving in 10 different projects and we're starting easy, but it will gradually become more complex as we go. Each project will teach you something new, so at the end you will be much more confident in creating your own React applications. This video is over 4 hours long and you are getting enough time to absorb all this new knowledge and new techniques that you will learn. So here I open todo MVC website, and if you don't know what is it is a project that is implemented in different languages. For example, here you can see a lot of different frameworks, and for example we have here React. As you can see on the right, this is how our project will work. So we have here an input, we can type something, hit enter, and here is our first to-do. Now we can create one more to-do, we can also toggle or untoggle all to-dos, we see the number of items on the bottom. If we check something, we can jump to active items or completed items, and of course all items. Also we have here inline editing and remove button. So actually there is quite a lot of functionality to implement. The first step to start this project is to generate it, and for this we will use Create React App. And if you don't know what it is, I already made a video on that, so I will link it here on the top. So as you can see here, I open github.com Create React App. And for us, important part here is what Node version do we need. And as you can see here, we need at least Node 10 version. So on your machine, you must install Node, for example, from the official website. As you can see here, we have two versions, 14 and 15. And I always recommend to use LTS version because it is more stable. So you just download it and install on your machine. If you don't have it, then in the console you can just write node minus version. As you can see, I have already installed 14th version. So if node minus version gives you some output like this, and it is bigger than 10, then you are good to go. Now the interesting part is how we can generate our Create React App. And if we will check here inside GitHub, Facebook, Create React App, there are a lot of possibilities. For example, with using npx or npm or yarn. You are getting npm out of the box together with Node. This is why it makes sense to use it. I will use for me yarn just because I have installed it on my machine and I prefer it more. But actually the output is completely the same. So the idea is that we have something that is called initializer. So for example for npm and yarn, this is React App. So this is the skeleton of our project that will be generated. For this, I will copy this line completely and jump to the console. But here is the small difference between your project and my folder here. As you can see, I already generated the project. So I have a folder, Monster Lessons Academy, and inside I don't have anything except of Git, so it is empty. But for you, you didn't create a project yet. This is why you must use this command. And inside folder where you will run it, it will generate for you my app folder. I don't want this approach, I want to generate a project inside already created folder. This is why I will use this command yarn create react app, but here instead of my app, I will just say dot. And this dot means that I want to generate create react app in current folder. And if you don't have a folder, then you can use the default version where you are setting the name. For example, I think for us to do MVC name is really convenient. After hitting enter, as you can see, React installs all our dependencies and generates the project for us. Now, as you can see, everything is finished and we're getting message happy hacking and done, which means we can start to use this project. Now we need to start our web server, so I will jump to another tab and call yarn start. And this will start our Create React App. As you can see, I am now in localhost 3000 and this is how Create React App is looking like. Now let's clean it a little bit. So I will open here our files. This is normal Create React App. And I want to clean it because we don't need all this stuff. First of all, I will remove here app test.js and then app CSS and index CSS, logo, report web vitals, and set up tests. So we just need two files, index and app. And inside index, I will remove vitals and then import report vitals, then import index CSS, and now we just have our plain React start with app component inside. Now let's jump inside app.js, and here we don't need this whole markup, so I will remove everything and just write inside hello todo MVC. And now we don't need this class, so we can also remove it. And we don't need these imports on the top. Let's check this in browser. As you can see, I'm reloading the page, and we can see just hello todo MVC message, and our project is ready to be started. Our next step is to bind our CSS from todo MVC project inside React. So the idea is that we will use the whole CSS that is already prepared for us here in todo MVC.com. This is why here I will jump in our project and create here 2 new files. So I will link these 2 files in the bottom box below. So here I will create todo MVC, app CSS, and one more todo MVC base.css. And now here I will paste already prepared CSS. So first of all, it will be app. As you can see, this is really a lot. This is like global styles and classes. And secondly, I will copy here our base. So let's jump to base and also paste different classes. As you can see, we don't want to write everything by ourselves, but reuse all these classes inside our components. Now we need to bind them inside our index.js. So here on the top, we can import both. Here is todo app base CSS, and next is import of todo MVC app CSS. Now let's look in browser. As you can see, it is looking really different. So we have different color on the background and different text font here, which actually means that we successfully binded this CSS and we can start doing our application. And the first thing that we need to do is, of course, planning. So let's check what we have. This is our project, and we have here different parts. First of all, we have here something like header. This is where we're typing something, and here we can toggle elements. Secondly, we have our main. This is where we're rendering elements, and we have here footer. So here we're rendering the number of items and our filters. Also, maybe we need additional component for single to do here, because there is quite a lot of logic. First of all, we're rendering here, we have remove button, so remove logic, toggle logic, and then inline editing. So I think we need here 4 components: header, main, footer, and single to do. And the next question here, how we will store our data. And yes, this is a small project, and probably we can just inside app store all our data. For example, we have here our app component. We will store them here and just propagate down from app component. But of course, this is not the best and not scalable approach. Much better would be to use create context. So actually, if you don't know, context inside React allow us to share some global things between different components, and it doesn't matter at what level they are. And this is exactly the idea. So we can create something like to-dos context, and we're storing there the array of to-dos, probably our filter and some other methods that we need. Then everywhere we have access to this context, and we can do with data whatever we want. So let's start with our app, because this is our parent component for everything. First of all, here I want to write an arrow function for app because it is looking better and we don't really need to use functions anywhere. The second part is that inside here in return, we want to render several elements. So we will have here header, main, and footer. And for now, I just want to create, first of all, the div. This will be our wrapper. Here is class name todo app, and this class is important because it comes from that global styles that we used. So here I'm closing our div, and inside this div we will have first component, header, and we will create it in a second. So first of all, here on the top, I want to import our new header component from, and here we will have relative path header. Now let's jump here and create here inside source, probably components, because we don't want to pollute our global namespace. So here I will create components, and inside we have header.js. And here we can write export default, and here will be our header. And now let's create here stateless component just for testing. So here const header, and we just need to return some markup. So here will be return div, and inside we can write header. So our basic component is ready, but here the path is not correct. So here I said that this is just header, but here now we want components / header. Now let's check if it's working. So as you can see here, our header component was successfully rendered. So we have here our shadows and all elements are there. Now we need to start and create really our header component. And the first thing that we have here is of course our input and h1 tag. So let's write here correct markup. We don't need return div, but instead inside return, first of all we have our header with class name header. Now let's close our header, and inside we have two things. First of all h1 tag, and this is our to-dos. And secondly, actually I think to-dos is with small letter. Yes, here is small t. And after this we have our input. So here will be input with class name, and class name will be new to do. And we also need here a placeholder, and it will be what needs to be done. Also we need here value on change and so on, but for now I will skip it and just create auto focus, because we want by default to focus in this element when we are loading the page. So let's check this out. We are jumping in our example. As you can see, it is really similar, but it should be a little bit smaller because it is really zoomed. So here we have our H1, and here is our autofocused field. As you can see, after reloading, we're directly focusing inside it, and we can type something. Now we need to store somewhere what we typed here, so we can use it later when we're hitting enter. And for this, of course, we can use useState hooks from React, because we need some kind of state inside our component. So here I am importing useState from React, and now here inside header we can create text and set text. And here we are using useState hook, and default value is empty string. So this is exactly our state for our input. So what we can do here is write our value, and it will be our text, and we also need here a setter on change. So here will be on change event, and here let's create a function change text. And for this we need to create here on the top this function change text. And we're getting here our event, and let's for now just console log our event. So here will be change text event target value. And let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading the page. We need, of course, console to debug. Let's make it bigger. And now here I'm typing something. And as you can see, we're getting this change text console log, which means everything is working correctly. And now we can use here set text to set our state. And inside set text, we must provide event.target.value. So exactly what we read from our input. And we don't need our console anymore. Now we need somehow to trigger our enter. So actually we are typing, this is fine, but when we're hitting enter, we need to react for this. This is why here I want to add on key down event, and here let's create a new event, for example key down text. And now we need to create this function here. So here we will handle our enter click. Here will be key down text, and we're getting inside our event. But the problem is here when we will console log that we're not having it only with enter, but with every click. So let's check this out. Here I'm reloading the page. After each hitting a button, we're getting this key down text. So actually we need here some logic that we hit it on enter. So we can write here if, and inside event dot, and here we will have key code equals 13, and 13 is our enter. Then we want to console log our key down text. So let's check this. I'm reloading, I'm typing something, we don't have any console log. Then I'm hitting enter, and as you can see, we are getting nice console log key down text. But I really don't like this code. Why? Because here we have a magic number 13 and no developer knows what does it mean. Of course, it is clear key code here and developer can Google what is key code 13, but it's not human friendly. So what we can do is create at least a variable and put inside 13. But actually, if we will use across our application a lot of key codes, it makes sense to write them in additional file. This is why here inside source, I will create helpers folder and inside let's create keycodes.js. So here we can store all key codes that we need and share them everywhere. This is why here will be export const and it will be enter code and here will be 13. So now we know that this is the code of enter button. Now let's jump back in our components header and on the top import and here will be enter code from and here we will have our helpers / key codes. And let's save this and use instead of 13 here enter code. And as you can see, this code is much clearer now. The second thing that I don't like here is this relative path, and this is what we are getting out of the box. So relative paths are normally not good, because first of all I can't really copy paste it, because it is relative to some file, which means in other component it won't be like this. So we really want absolute path because it is easier to read, copy paste and replace. And to use this, we can inside create React app say how we want to make our absolute path. And for this, inside our root, we must create new file, jsconfig.json, and inside we want such.json. So here you have an object, then we have compiler options, and here our base URL is source, and we want to include also source directory. In this case, when we are saving it like this, we can jump in source components headers and here use instead of this just helpers.keycodes, because in this case this is our root directory source and we can just import everything like absolute path starting from source. So now let's look on our key down text. So here we have our console log and actually we don't want event here, but we just need access to our text. And text we changed here when we just typed. So let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, no errors here. I'm typing something and I'm hitting enter. As you can see, we are getting key code text and this is our text, which means it is working fine, but there are several problems. First of all, we can also have an empty field here and hit enter. This of course we don't want to send to our server. This is why here we should not allow empty string. And secondly, if I type something and then I hit it space, we want of course to remove spaces on the beginning and at the end. First of all, here I want to create a const to make our code easier to read. So here I want to write isEnter and now we copy everything from our if and we name it isEnter and here I am just pasting this condition. So now our if is better to read. Secondly, we want, of course, to trim our data. This is why here will be new text, and here we have our text.trim. So trim will remove spaces from beginning and from the end. And the last one is that we need to check if it is empty. So here we can name it is text present, and here we are checking new text length bigger than 0. And now if it is an enter and is text present, then we're doing our console log. So at this point, we can communicate with our server, API or whatever. Also, we want here to change our text to new text because it is trimmed. Now let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading the page, I'm hitting enter, nothing is there. Now I put several spaces, I'm writing foo, hitting enter, and as you can see this is a foo string without any spaces. So this is exactly what we wanted. Our next step is to build a place where we can store all our data. And for this we will use React context and of course use context hook. So for this I will jump here in source and create new folder which is called contexts, and here we will have all our contexts across the application. Now let's jump inside and create here a new context, for example todos.js. And now inside we want to create our first context by using React context. So here I want to export const, and here will be our to-dos context. And to create a context, we need to call create context function. And as you can see here, we are using create context directly from React. So actually to-dos context will be our global context for us, where we will store all information about our to-dos or, for example, filter. And inside create context, we can provide default value, but in our case, we don't need to. And you will see why in a second. So here is our to-dos context. This is fine, but we also need here a provider. This is why here I will create export const, and here will be to-dos provider. So what we want to do here is to have our children, and just to remind you, we want to wrap all our components or part of our components with the provider, so we have access to our context everywhere. This is why here we need children, and these are all our child components. And here we will have our to-dos context dot provider. Here we can close it, and it will be to-dos context dot provider. As you can see, we didn't use here children, so we need to write it here inside, just like children. Because children is for us our tree of components. So our to-dos provider is ready, but actually it doesn't do anything. So the idea of provider is that we can pass a value inside. And here can be string, object, whatever you want. In our case, we want here to use useReducer. And again, what is useReducer? This is an additional hook in React that allows us to write the same code like we normally do with Redux. So what I want to do here is value equals value, and we want to create it here now. So here we will have value, and it will be the result of useReducer. And useReducer accepts first of all our reducer, and secondly initial state. And we don't need the third parameter. So actually the idea is that we have several things here. First of all, we have here context. This is what we're using to get data from our provider. And in provider, we will wrap everything. And the most important part here is this value, because exactly this value is what we are sharing across all components with the help of the context. And we can use here, for example, string or object, or maybe use state to work with state, but I highly recommend you to use useReducer just because it is more scalable and we can easily make here a huge object of data. The next step here is to create reducer and our initial state. So first of all, let's create our initial state. And you know what we need here. So first of all, we need here the list of to-dos. This is our to-dos that we have. And by default, it is empty array. And secondly, it is our filter. And by default, it is all. Because if we check in the example here, we're reloading the page. And here we have activated all filter. Now we need to create here a reducer. So here will be our reducer. And we're getting here two arguments, first of all our state and secondly action. And for now we will just return here plain state without any logic. So actually this useReducer is already defined correctly. Here is our reducer, our initial state. Actually here is a typo. It is initial state. And here we're passing value inside our provider. If this React code looks complicated for you and you think that you're missing some React knowledge, I have a full course with React interview questions where I covered all knowledge of React that you need to know, and I will link it in the description box below, so don't forget to check it out. The next step is to wrap all our components with to-dos provider. This is why we exported it here. I want to jump inside our app, and actually we can even do it inside index.js. It doesn't really matter. What we need to do is we need to wrap all our components that we want with our new provider. And in our case, it is to-dos provider. And here I need to close my to-do provider. As you can see, this is a simple additional component that we imported from context/todos. And this is what we just created. Now, because we wrote this line, we can, for example, in our header, get full access to the value inside our context. This is why let's jump back in components header. Now, here on the bottom, we can write, for example, state, comma, and here is dispatch. And here what we're using is use context, and we must provide inside our to-dos context. And just remember, it is to-dos context, not to-dos provider. This is really important because we are passing it inside our use context. And now let's console log what we are getting back. So here I will write, for example, context, comma, state, comma, dispatch. And let's check this out. So I'm jumping in our application, reloading the page, and here what we have. First of all, this is our object. So this is our state that we defined previously inside our context. And dispatch is our function that we can use to change this state. So basically, everything that we do is we combined use reducer and use context. It is really easy and nice to work with our global state in Redux approach, and use context helps us to isolate this use reducer inside. But what is interesting, if we will jump into this context here, you can see that we are getting the value as a result from use reducer. And the result from use reducer is an array with two elements, global state and our dispatch method. This is why we are passing it inside, and now all our components have access to global state and also to this dispatch function. This is why here we can see initial state inside our component and use it directly. But actually we don't need to use inside header our state, and we just need dispatch function. This is why for now I will remove the first parameter because we won't use it. What we need now to do here is, instead of this console log key down text, make a dispatch. So here we know that we want to create a new to-do because we hit enter. This is why here we are calling dispatch, and inside we must provide a type, for example add task, and we will also provide here payload, new text. This is our information. So here are several words regarding dispatch. Inside dispatch we are passing an action. This is the part of use reducer hook. And action for us is just an object with type property. And this type must be a string. It doesn't matter if it's lowercase, camel case, whatever you prefer. Most importantly that this type exists, because this is our unique identifier. Also, we can pass other fields inside this action, but I highly recommend you to use always the single field payload, where inside we are passing some information. In this case, we are using dispatch function consistently with the same parameters everywhere. So now what we need to do is react on this dispatch and change our reducer. So let's remove here console log and jump back in our context all to-dos. So here is our reducer, and normally we are writing here switch on action type. In this case we can react to different types. This is why here we have action.type, and we don't need return state here. And first of all we will have here case, and our first case is add task. And we will do here something. For now I will just write return state. And actually I forgot round brackets around action type. So here it is. Now we don't have any errors, and we also need to add here default, and this means that we don't have any case, and we just return here our default state. Now the interesting part is if we will write console log here action, and for example let's look on state and action, and let's check now it in browser. So I'm reloading the page. We're getting some error, header state is not defined. So let's go back in header. Here on line 8, as you can see, I console logged state, but we don't have state anymore. So let's remove this console log completely and reload the page. As you can see, everything is working. We are typing something. I'm hitting enter, and you can see this action. So this is exactly our console log here. So here we have access to our current state, and this is our global state, and this is our action. As you can see, here is type add task and our payload that we want to add in our to-dos array. So now the next question is in what format we want to store all our to-dos. So here we have payload, and this is, for example, text, but we also want to make some unique identifier for each to-do. So we need an ID, and also, as you saw in the example here, we have two states like is checked or is completed. I think is completed is fine, and it can be true or false. So we need at least to create three properties. So what we want here inside add task is to generate our new task. This is why here I will write const new task, and here will be the object with 3 fields. First of all, ID. I won't write here anything for now. Then we have our text. This is action.payload, and we have property, for example, is completed, and by default it will be false because we just created this new task. Also, I highly recommend you to always put here brackets for the case. In this case, these properties that we are creating inside, like const, can be reusable inside other cases. In other case, you can't really reuse the same variable everywhere inside switch. So we successfully created our new task, but now the question is what we are passing inside ID. So it should be some unique identifier, and we can generate it, for example, with math random. So we can write here math random and just say to string. This is fine for us, but we can make it better and take only 16 symbols. So this is nice generated ID without any additional library. And for this I will just paste here math random to string 16. So our new task is there, and now instead of return, we want to override our new to-dos. And the important part of Redux or useReducer hook is that we always must return new object. This is why here we need to do it correctly. So here is my new object, and we want to take all properties that we have of the old object. This is why we're using here spread, and we want to override here field to-dos. And for this I will spread state.todos and merge it with our new task. In this case we take all properties from state and override here to-dos with the new array. Now let's check if it's working, but again to check it we need inside our header to put back state property from here, but just for testing. And here let's console log state, state, and check this out. So I am reloading the page. As you can see, here is our state, so to-dos empty array, filter all. We create foo, and as you can see here, we are getting new state, to-dos, and in our case, we created new element. So we have an object with ID, this is our generated ID, our text that we typed, and is completed false. So we successfully created new to-do inside our global context. Now let's remove this state from here because we don't need it, and what I don't like is that here we still have our string. It will be really nice to reset it. This is why after our dispatch we can just say set text empty string. In this case we will directly remove it. So I am reloading the page, I am typing here something, hitting enter, and as you can see we have a clean input. And actually we implemented everything inside our header component that we need. So here we have an input, we have here on changing key down, and when we're hitting enter we're dispatching add task, and we already created it inside our global context. The next component that we will implement is our main part. And just to remind you, here is the example. So main part is the list of our edit to-dos. And we want to write this code in additional components so we can split the logic, for example, between header and main. So for this, we need first to jump to app.js and here under header, use main. And we don't need to provide anything here, but we need to import this component. So it will be main from components main. Now let's create this component. So inside components, here is main.js, and for now let's just write export default main, and here will be our stateless component. So main, we don't have any parameters, and here I want return, for example, just div with text main inside. So let's save this and check if it's working. As you can see in browser, here is our main section, so now we need to render here our to-dos. Now the question is how we can get here to-dos and how we can filter them. Because if we check the example, here we're rendering to-dos, and when we're changing our filter, the list also changes. So we need to create a property, for example, visible to-dos, where we will calculate, depending on the filter, what to-dos we need to render. And for this, first of all, I want to open header on the right so we can copy-paste some code. And actually, as you see here, we used here use context to get access to our context. And this is exactly what I want. So here I want to get our state. So here we have state and dispatch. And here we need to use context and to pass inside our to-dos context. So exactly like we did previously in our header component. Now here we can console log our state, and so we have access to all properties inside our global state. So as you can see, when I'm reloading the page, here is console log state, and here we have our to-dos, and every time when we're hitting enter and we have new to-do, this array changes. So actually we have here access to the array of to-dos and to our filter. And now we can write some logic to create new property based on these to-dos and our filter. So if here we have filter that is completed, then we need to filter here only items with is completed true. If here we have active, then here should be is completed false. And if here filter is all, this means that we must return all to-dos. Now let's create this property. So here I want to create new property and let's name it visible to-dos. But actually there will be quite a lot of ifs because we need 3 ifs for our 3 filters. This means it makes sense to create additional function. So here I want to create a function get visible to-dos. And when we are calling this function, we will calculate what to-dos we need to get back. So this is why here get visible to-dos, it is just a function without arguments, and here we must write some logic. And actually I don't want to have here name state because it's too generic. We can say here to-dos state, and I think it is more clear what we are talking about. So first of all, here we will have our to-do state filter, and here the first case it is active. So when our filter is active, we want to return here only our active to-dos. So what we want to do here is to filter to-do state.todos. This is our array of to-dos. And we can use here filter, and here we're getting each to-do, and we can write to-do is completed. And we used here bang, so we have negation. In this case, we will return only non-completed to-dos. Now the next case is else if our filter equals completed. So when it is completed, we want here to return only completed to-dos. So I will copy this filter, and now we have to-do is completed should be true. In this case, we will return only completed to-dos. And the last part is return. We can write here else or simply return afterwards. Here we want to return our to-do state dot to-dos. So here we're returning all to-dos that we have. And now let's console log here visible to-dos to check if it's working. So let's reload the page. As you can see, we don't have any errors. Here is our list. Now I'm typing here new element, I'm hitting enter, and as you can see, here we got new element. Because the filter is all, this is why this element is here. So our visible to-dos is automatically recalculated every single time when our to-do state changes. And this is totally fine for us. Now let's write markup, at least basic, to render this list of visible to-dos. So here I want to return. Here we will have section, and we won't have any class name for now. And inside this section, I want to render UL with class name to-do list. And this will be our list of to-dos. And actually I said that later we want to create additional component for every to-do. But for now, just to see that everything is rendered, I will skip this part. So what we want to do here is to write a map for our visible to-dos. So here is visible to-dos map. We're getting here to-do, and we want to return our markup. And for now, we can simply write here li, and here, of course, we need key. It will be to-do ID. This is our unique identifier. And inside, we want to write to-do.text. So this is our markup. Let's check if it's working. And actually, I'm adding an item. We can see our items here inside main. Of course, markup is broken, but this is fine for now. We were checking that data is there. The next thing that I want to do is hide this main part if we don't have any to-dos. Actually, the idea is that we need to add here additional class on our section. So what we want here is we want to write class name, and here inside we want to concatenate, first of all, main. This is class name that always there, but we want to render here additional class if we don't have any to-dos. So here I will write no to-dos class. And no to-dos class is just a variable, and we need to calculate it here. So let's create it here on the top. This is no to-dos class, and here we will return empty string or class hidden if we don't have any to-dos. So here I can write to-do state to-dos length, and if it equals 0, then we want to return class hidden, and if not, then empty string. In our case, at the beginning here we will have hidden class, and then later it will disappear. So let's check. We're reloading the page, and if we check here our markup, so we have here our div to do app, and here is main hidden. So actually this hidden is this no to dos class. Now I'm creating foo, for example, and as you can see we have here only main and no hidden class. So everything is working as expected. Now I want to implement this toggle all button. And actually when we check the example, this toggle all is located in header, but for some reason it is in the markup of main with position absolute. As you can see here we have this toggle all, and it is on the top because it is position absolute, and here we have top. So actually normally it is in main, but they moved it to the top. Yes, I think this is not the best approach, but as we are using the same CSS, let's implement it also inside main. So for this here inside main markup, first of all, I want to remove console log, and secondly, before our UL, I want to have here input with ID, and here will be toggle all, and we also need here class name, toggle all, and type is checkbox. Now here we need checked, we don't have it yet, and of course on change event, we will add it in a second. So here is our input with checkbox, and here we have label, HTML4, and here we must pass our ID of input, and it will be toggle all, and now inside we will write mark all as completed. So here inside label, mark all as completed. So our input is there, let's check if it's working. As you can see, we don't see this item because our main is not there, but now we're typing something and this item appears now. Now we just need to calculate the value when it is checked and add this change event. So first of all, here I want to create checked, and we need a property for this, so it will be is all to-dos selected. I think this is a good name. And now we need a change event, so on change, we want here to create new function on toggle all to-dos. Now let's create first of all this on toggle all to-dos function. So here on the top, I will just create it and write inside console log, so we know that it works. So here is our on toggle all to-dos, and now the question is how we will calculate is all to-dos selected property. Actually, this is really easy because we have access to our to-do state. So here let's create is all to-do selected, and what I want to do is just use to-do state to do, and here what we want to do is calculate if every element is selected. For this we can use every function, and here we're getting to do, and we need to return our predicate. So here it will be is completed. In this case, if every to-do is completed true, then here we will get true. And we are passing this true inside this checked. So let's reload the page. As you can see, cannot read property every of undefined, because here is not to-do every, but to-dos, because this is an array. As you can see, no errors this time. We are typing something, and we have this checkbox. Now we are clicking on it, and we are getting on toggle all to-dos. And actually it is not black because we don't have checked to-dos. So now we need to implement this on toggle all to-dos. And it also needs to be done inside our to-dos context, because this is for us our business logic service. So this is why here I will write just dispatching of some action. This is why here we have dispatch, and we want to dispatch here with type, for example, toggle all, and here we need a payload, and our payload will be event target checked. And I think here we need to provide our event so we can read it. In this case, if this is checked, then we want to toggle them all to unchecked and so on. So here is our dispatch. We don't need console log, but now we need to handle this action inside our reducer. So let's go back inside context to do's, and here we have our switch case. So this is the case for add task. Now we need a new case for our toggle all. So here I want to create a property updated to-dos. And we want to loop through all our to-dos. This is why here will be state to-dos map. And here we get access to every to-do. Now what we want to do is merge all properties of our to-do with isCompleted, which will be new. And isCompleted value we are getting from action.payload. So what we are doing here is we are mapping through all our to-dos, and we are updating isCompleted property in every to-do. And we are getting back our list of updated to-dos, so we need to update them inside the state. This is why here I am returning spread of our state, and here is our to-dos, updated to-dos. So we are passing inside to-dos new updated array. Let's check if it's working. So I am reloading the page. Here I am typing something, and as you can see, this is gray. Now I am hitting here, and as you can see, it is black, because we changed here our to-dos array, and now all our to-dos are completed. If you don't believe me, let's console log this. So let's jump back in main, and here we have our to-do state. So we can always console log here our to-do state and check what we have inside. So at the beginning it is empty array to-dos. Now here we have one item to-dos, and this item is completed false. Now we are clicking toggle all, and now we have inside our to-dos one item, and this completed is true. This is why this check here is black, which means everything is working as expected. Now let's create our footer component so we can change our filter and see the amount of items. And here is how it will look like. So on the left part we have item left, and actually if we have more items, then we have word items and not item. Also here we have three filters, all active and completed, and we can change between them. Then the amount of items here is also changed based on the filter. So for this, let's first implement our new component. So in source components, we can create new component and name it footer.js. And here I want to export default our footer component. And we need to create here our stateless component. So here we have our footer, and this is just an empty component. And we can return here, for example, div with text footer inside. So now our plain component is ready, and we must import it inside our app. So let's jump inside our app, and here under main we can render our footer component. And we also need to register it here, so we're importing here footer from components/footer. And actually here we can use absolute path and not relative. So here I will remove dot and slash, and it will work like previously. Now let's check if it's working. So in browser, let's reload the page. As you can see, here is foo. This is our footer, because here I wrote foo string. Now let's think what properties do we need. So first of all, as you saw in the example here, we have the amount of total items that we have, so the amount that are active. So let's create now here this property. But for this, of course, we need to use useContext, because we must get access to our to-dos list. So here we can write that we need our to-do state, and I think dispatch also. And now here we're using our useContext, and we're providing inside our to-dos context. As you can see, I have here auto import. This is why it is already there. If you don't have it, then don't forget to import both of them. So here we have access for our to-do state. So now let's create a new property, active count. and it will be the counter that we will render here on the left. So actually active count is just the length of active items. So here we can write to-do state to-dos, and what we want to do is we want here to get, first of all, filter, because we want to filter and get only active items. So here will be to-do not is completed. In this case, we will get only active items, and at the end we can write length because we need to get the amount of them. And this is our active item. So let's render it in our markup. So first of all, for our markup, we need here footer. Let's close footer. And inside of the footer, we want span with class name. And here we will have to-do count. Let's close our span here. And inside, first of all, in strong tag, we want to render our counter. And here we're rendering our active count. So let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, I don't have anything. Now I'm typing something, and as you can see, here is 1. Now I'm typing once again, and here is 2. So our counter is there, but our markup is completely broken. So first of all, here inside footer, we must add 2 classes. First of all, footer class, and secondly, the class which will be hidden when we don't have any elements. So hidden class we already created inside main, we can write the same code here. So let's name it no-to-dos class, and here we're doing the same logic, so to-do state to-dos. Here we're checking length equals 0. When it is 0, then we want here to attach hidden class, in other case no class. And now here in footer we can get a class name, and here we want to concatenate strings. So first of all class footer, and the next will be with $no-to-dos class. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page. Now I'm typing something. As you can see, only after we get the first element, we see our footer. And as you can see, this is a nice markup here with these borders and so on, exactly like in the example here. But the most important for us that when we're reloading the page, we don't see footer until we get to-dos. Now we need to render our label. So actually here on the right we have items left text, but we can't really write it just like plain text, because when we have only single item, we have here item left, which means this string should also be calculated. This is why let's create here a new property and name it, for example, items left text. And what we want to calculate here is the amount of active count. So here we have active count, and we can use it for our calculation. So here I want to write, so I am concatenating a string item. Then here we have a variable. Actually, if active count equals not equals 1, then we want here to add string s. In other case, we don't get anything here, and now space left. And actually, of course, I understand that writing ternary operator inside string is a bad practice. But to create a new variable here is a little bit verbose, and I think one-liner is not that unreadable. Now let's render this text directly after our strong tag. So here we need items left text. Let's reload our page here and type something. As you can see, now we have 1 item left. When we have 2 items, 2 items left. So this is exactly correct approach how we need to do it. But as you can see, we don't have a space between, so maybe we need to put here an BSP space. And if you don't know what is this is a space how we're writing it SP inside HTML. Because inside HTML we can't just write space, it won't be transpiled, but in BSP actually means space. So let's reload the page. As you can see, now it is looking better, because here we have a space between text and the number. Now let's create our filters. So actually here, after our span with to-do count, we have the list of filters. So here will be UL with class name filters. Let's close it. And inside we will of course have our list. So here inside in UL, I will create li without any class, and inside we will have a href. And actually we won't use it as an A tag, we will write the prevent default, but we're using here A because the CSS is writing with A tag. This is why here I will write href/, but we actually won't use it. And here inside we can close A and just write all. Now I will copy this li, and here we have text active, and the last one will be our text completed. So let's check if it's working. As you can see, we have this text, but none of them is highlighted with active class. So now we somehow need to highlight them based actually on the active filter. And we have our active filter inside our to-do state. So just to remind you, here is our to-dos, here is our initial state, and here filter is all. And of course we need to change it, and we can use this filter from to-do state to understand what link is active here. So what I want to do here is create additional function where we will get an active class based on the input. So here we can create our get selected class, and inside we want to pass our filter name. So our filter name will be all or active or completed. Now what we want to do inside our function is return a filter. Now inside our getSelected class we need to check if this filter name is active. So here we need to read filter from to-do state. This is why to-do state filter, and we're checking is filter name active. If yes, then we're returning here class selected. If not, then empty string. And now here inside every A tag we can use this class. So here I will write class name, and here we will use our function getSelectedClass, and we must provide a string inside. In this case it will be all. Now I will copy paste it to the next A, and here we have class name, but not all but active, and the last one will be completed. Let's check if it's working. We're reloading the page and we're typing something, and as you can see the first filter is active. This is why we have here border. And what is really nice, here we have this function, which actually means that each time when to-do state filter changes, this function will be automatically called because the component will be re-rendered, and this code will recalculate the active class. The next thing that we need to do is implement our click event. So actually we want on our href add on click event everywhere. So what we want to do here is to call a function. But here we must use an event because we want to write event prevent default in our function. So let's create a function, for example, change filter, and we want to pass inside first of all event and then our string, for example, all. As you can see, this is the same string that we are providing inside getSelectedClass. Now I will copy this on click in every href. So here we have also href, and here is change filter active. Now I will copy it again and add it to completed part. Now let's save this and change it to completed. So now we have this onClick event, and we need to create change filter function. So let's create it here, const change filter, and we know that we're getting event and our filter name. And now let's console log our filter name and do event prevent default. So here will be filter name, and first of all we need event prevent default. Now let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading the page, typing something, and I'm hitting another filter. As you can see, here is filter name active, which means now it is time to make a dispatch so we can notify our reducer that our user changed the filter. And then inside our reducer we can change the state, and this will notify all components that are subscribed to this change. So here I will remove our console log and use dispatch function. So we want to provide here a new type, and let's name it, for example, change filter, and inside payload we want to provide our filter name. Now let's jump inside our context to-dos, and here we can add new case. So we have here case, and it will be change filter. This is exactly what we just created, and inside we want to update our property filter. This is why here I will just return a new object with spread of state, and we want to override our filter with action.payload. And action.payload will be our new filter. Let's check this out. I am reloading the page, typing something. Here I am clicking on active, and as you can see, now our filter is active. Because on click, we dispatch new action. Here is our reducer. We have this logic. This is why our state was changed, and our footer was directly notified because it was re-rendered. So here I can write console log and to-do state, and you can see that we're getting new state after change of reducer. So here I'm clicking on active, and we're getting again to-do state, and here filter is active. So actually our filter is already there. But what is more interesting, our visible to-dos are also working out of the box. Because here when I will click toggle all, we don't see any items, because we are now on the active tab and we don't show completed items. Now I'm jumping to completed and I can see our item. The same with all, because we are on all, we are seeing all our items. So we successfully created our footer component, and now it is time to implement the single to-do. Just to remind you, here inside main, we just rendered this text inside Lee. But in real example, we have quite a lot of logic. First of all, check in, check out, then toggle to have editing state, and secondly, we can hit enter and update this to do, and of course, we have remove to do. And actually, I think that this is quite a lot to write inside main, because here it is going about main section, not about specific to do. This is why I highly recommend you to create additional components when you see that you are packing quite a lot of stuff in a single component. And here we have our Lee, and actually in this place it makes sense to create new to-do component, and we can pass inside first of all this key, like we did previously, todo.id, and inside we also need to pass our full to-do. And here I will close our to-do for now. And we don't want here Lee anymore, because we will use it inside to-do component. And we also need to import here our new component to-do from components/to-do. Now we just need to create it. So let's create here our to-do component, todo.js, and here I will export default our to-do component, and here let's create to-do, which will be just a stateless component, and inside we can return some markup. And actually here we know that we are getting the full to-do, so I will destructure it like this, and inside we can render here to-do.text. So let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading the page, typing something, and as you can see it works exactly like previously, because here we see this text, but it is coming from this to-do component. Now let's write the correct markup for this component. So here I will remove our div and just create Lee element like we have previously without any classes for now. And inside Lee we want to have div with class name, and here class name will be view. So this view part is what we see at the beginning. So here is the view part. Now we are double clicking it and we are seeing edit part. This is why inside this div view we have first of all input. This is our toggler on the left. So here we have input class name toggle, and we also have here type checkbox, and I won't add any values for now. The next here we have a label where inside we will have our text. So here I am closing the label and rendering inside to-do.text. And the last one will be a button to remove our to-do. So let's add here a button. We will add an event later, but here we need a class name destroy for the icon. So here I will write destroy, and we don't need any text. Now after this div, we will actually have additional logic for editing. So here we need property, for example, is editing. And if this to-do is editing, then we will render some markup. And actually this markup will be for editing. And we also need to hide this class name view when we are inside editing mode. And we will do it in a second. So inside editing, we want to create an input with class name edit. And I will close it for now. And here, of course, not input, but input. And as you can see, we don't have property isEditing here. So the question is how we will get it and how we will store it. Actually, there are several possibilities. As you can see here in the example, when we have two elements and we're activating editing in first of them, then we're double-clicking on the second element, the first is not edited anymore, which actually means that we can't really store isEditing inside todo, because then every todo can have this isEditing true, and we will edit several of them simultaneously. So we actually can store this property inside our reducer, which is completely fine. But I want to show you also that this is not mandatory. If, for example, we want to store some data inside main component, we can do this. This is why in this example we will store the state inside main here and then pass this information inside every todo. The question is, what information do we need? So we can't really store isEditing because we need to know what element we're editing now. This is why we need to store something like editing ID and then calculate if we're editing this component or not. So now inside our main TS, let's create one more state. So what we want here is editing ID, and we need here of course set editing ID. And here we're using useState classic React hook, and inside we're passing null as a default parameter. So by default we don't have editing elements, this is why here is null. Now actually we might put editing ID inside every todo and then compare inside editing ID with current ID. But it doesn't make that much sense because todo is stateless and we just care inside if it is editing true or not. What we can do here, we can write inside a property isEditing, and this is what we are passing inside todo. And inside this isEditing, we can do a calculation, so we can compare our editing ID if it equals to our todo ID. And this means that this calculation, this comparison, we have inside main and not inside todo itself, and this is much more flexible and correct. And also inside we must provide set editing ID, because when we're double-clicking inside, we want to call the set editing ID from our child. This is why here I am passing the whole set editing ID inside our todo. Now let's jump back inside todo, and now we know that here we are getting this property isEditing and set editing ID. And this editing we already used here, but set editing ID we want to use on double click on this label. The problem is here that we can't really just directly call set editing ID because we must pass ID inside. This is why here we can write on double click, and I want to create here a new function, for example set todo in editing mode. And this will be our local function, which we will create here. So let's create it now. And inside, I just want to call this set editing ID and pass inside todo.id. Actually, we can write this code inside template, but I really like to keep my template as clean as possible. Now let's check if it's working. But for this, we really want to write here console log isEditing, so we can check if this property is correct. So let's reload the page, type something. As you can see, we are getting isEditing false. Now when I am double clicking on this element, we are getting isEditing true, but our markup didn't change. But actually, if we will inspect this element, we will see here on the bottom our input class edit. We just don't have correct classes so that we can see our editing. And for this here inside li, we must provide a new class. So here we can create class name and provide here concatenation of several classes. And the first of them will be editing class. So here editing class, and let's create it somewhere on the top. So we need here editing class, and it will be editing when property isEditing is true. So here we will return editing, in another case it will be empty string. So let's reload the page and check if it's working. Here we're double clicking, and as you can see now we don't see view because it was hidden by CSS, and we're seeing our nice input where we can paste some code. The next thing, what we're doing with this editing text. Actually, we're typing it now, but we didn't change the state. So what we want to do is save this thing somewhere in state in our to-do, and then when we're hitting enter, we want to close it and update our to-do. This is why we will use exactly the same logic like we did in our header with the input. So here, let's add first a value property. And here I want to write edit text. And this edit text will come from our state that we will create in a second. So here we want to create useState and by default store inside todo.text. And then we can change this property just by changing the state. So what I want here is edit text, set edit text. And here we have our useState from React, and our initial state will be todo.text. So by default, we just write here inside the value of our to-do. And now edit text is fine, and we also need here change for setter. This is why here we need onChange property, and inside we're passing our change edit text or edit input. Doesn't really matter. So let's copy this change edit input and create here our const. And what we want to do inside is change our state. This is why here we will have an event, and we can read from event the value and write set edit text, and inside will be event.target.value. Now let's check if it's working. So here I'm reloading the page, no errors, typing something. Now we're double clicking, and as you can see, we directly have the value from our to-do text. And now if I will change it, I have access through the state for this property everywhere. So actually it makes sense now to bind here a key down for enter. Then we can update our to-do when we're hitting enter. So for this here I need not only onChange but also onKeyDown, and I want here a new function, for example keyDown edit input. Let's copy this function and create it here on the top. This is our keyDown, and we want here also event. So here we can write if event.keyCode equals, and we have already enter code from our helpers, then here we will change to do. So let's write here console log change to do. And here we need access for our edit text. And we also have here our escape. This is why here after I can write if event keyCode, and here I want equals escape code. And actually we don't have escape code. This is why we need to create it in helpers key codes. So here I want to export const escape code, and it will be 27. As you can see, no magic numbers is always good. And now I need to copy this escape code and add it here on the top inside imports. So here is escape, and I will write here console log escape to do. Let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading. Unexpected use of event. So line 14, let's jump there. Here we have event, and of course we named our property not event but just e. We can write here event, doesn't really matter. Let's reload the page, no errors this time, we're typing something. Here we're double clicking for our edit. Now I'm hitting enter. As you can see, we're getting change to do. If I'm hitting escape, I'm having escape to do, which means we successfully checked these two keys, and now we need to make a reaction for them. So first of all, let's cover escape because it is easier. We need to restore here a value inside our editing state. This is why here we can write set edit text, and here will be todo.text. So we are reverting everything back. And the second is set editing ID. We must set it to null because we don't make an editing anymore. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, typing something, editing. Now I really need to have here focus, in other case it won't work, and I'm hitting here escape. As you can see, we have the old value and we are not in editing mode anymore. Now let's implement this change to do part. So first of all, what we must do here is make our dispatch. So we really need a dispatch for our reducer. So here we need two things. First of all, our type it will be changed to do, and secondly a payload. And inside payload here we must provide an object because we need to provide here several fields. And first of all here will be ID, this is to do ID, we must know what ID we want to update. And secondly here will be text from event.target.value. So we are reading the value of our input. And now we successfully dispatched it, but we want to close editing mode. This is why after this we need to write set editing ID null. Now let's implement our change of to-do inside our reducer. So let's jump to context to-dos, and here we need one more case, and it will be changed to do. What we want to do now here is map through all our elements, and when we're finding our to-do by ID, then we want to update it. So here I will create updated to-dos, and we want our state.todos, and we're mapping through them. Here we have access to every to-do, and first of all inside we have a check. If our todo.id equals action.payload.id, so this ID that we want to change, then we do here our magic. In other case, we are just returning the to-do. Now what we want to do inside is just update the text. This is why here I have a spread, and I want to update my to-do, and inside I want to update text, and text here will be action.payload.text. This is what we passed inside. So here we successfully updated our to-dos, but we must update the whole state. So here I am merging the whole state with property to-dos, and here I have our updated to-dos. So let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. As you can see, dispatch is not defined. I think we didn't import it here. So let's go to the top. As you can see here, we don't use context at all. So we really need here import, and we don't need state. This is why I am omitting the first parameter. We use here only dispatch, and as always use context, and inside we are passing our to-dos context. And don't forget that you must import use context and our to-dos context. Now we have dispatch, and we can check if it's working. So here is our to-do. I am double clicking, I am changing it, and I am hitting enter. As you can see, our element here is re-rendered correctly because we updated our reducer, which actually means our state and our to-dos in state are in sync with the whole application. The next thing that we need to implement is this toggle to do on the left. Yes, we are changing here our checkbox, but we need a default value, and we also need some styling. So first of all, let's start with styling. Actually, we need here an additional class so we can highlight that this is completed to do. This is why here I'm concatenating several classes. And here we will have one more class, completed class. And now we need here to write this logic. So actually we have here completed class, and here we want to check if our to-do dot is completed is in true. So we're checking if it is in true, then we have here completed class. If not, then just an empty string. Now when we're reloading the page, typing something and hitting checkbox, actually we didn't change it because here we don't have any state. So we need to go inside our input here and use a value. And we can read the value directly from todo.isCompleted. But this is also not enough because this is the default value, and by default it is false, which actually means we need to change the state. This is why here I want onChange event, and inside our onChange I need a new function, and let's name it, for example, toggle to do. So let's create now this function somewhere on the top, for example here, and what we want to do inside is dispatch a new action to toggle our to do. So here I will write dispatch, and here we want to create a type, for example, toggle to do, and we need here a payload. And inside payload we must provide to do ID, so we know what ID we must toggle. Now let's implement this logic inside reducer. So I will jump inside context, and as you can see here we have changed to do. Actually, our toggle to do is almost the same. This is why I will copy paste the whole case and paste it here. Now we need to rename it to case toggle to do. And here we want to update our to-dos. and we need to map through them. So we're mapping through our to-dos, and here we have exactly the same logic, but we have this ID directly inside action.payload. So here we can remove our ID. And what we want to do here is change our isCompleted. So here we can write isCompleted, and we just want to inverse it here. So we can write to do isCompleted with the bang. Now let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading the page, typing something, and hitting here check. As you can see now, it was re-rendered just because we changed our state, because without the change of the state, our component won't be notified that we changed something. And actually even toggle all is working now because our element is also highlighted. Now let's implement removing of to-do. And actually it will be really similar. We just need here a new event for our button. So here we have this button and we want here a new function. So let's create onClick, and we want here our remove to do. And inside this remove to do, we want to dispatch something. This is why here will be remove to do. And actually we can just copy paste this dispatch because it will be the same. So we want to dispatch with type remove to do, and as a payload we are passing to do ID because we want to remove by ID. Now let's jump back inside our context and here create new case. So here we will have new case remove to do, and inside we want to filter and reject this ID. This is why here I want to create updated to-dos, and we want here state to-dos, and here we must use filter, and we have access for to-do, and we want to check that this todo.id does not equal our payload, so action.payload. If it does not equal, this means that we don't need to reject it. Now we want to return here our state and merge it with our to-dos. This is why here I am writing to-dos update to-dos. Let's check if it's working. Here I am typing something, this is our element. I am clicking on the cross and we don't see anything because our element was removed. If we have two of them, for example bar and foo, by removing bar here, we just see the single element, which means it is working correctly. And actually we implemented the whole to-do component, but there is one small thing that I don't like. When we are double clicking here, as you can see, we don't have direct focus inside this input, and this is not a good UI. This is why it will be really nice if we will implement it so that when we are setting the edit mode, we are focusing directly in this element. And for this, we must use a reference for the DOM element. So here what we want to do is create edit input element. And here we will store our reference with the help of use ref hook. And inside we will pass null because by default it's not there. Now we need to attach this edit input element for our editing input. So here we can write ref edit input element. Now we have reference of this input and we can use the focus. The question is at what point? Actually every time when we have a render and after this render is editing property is in true. So what I can write here is just before our return use effect, and we're triggering here use effect because it will happen after every render. And inside this use effect we can write if we have is editing, then we do our focus, because only after this is true we want to focus on our input. So here I want to write edit input element, this is our reference, dot current, don't forget current because we have the reference inside current, dot focus. And in this case we will focus only after is editing true, and we won't do anything when we simply change the state. So let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. Here is our foo element. I'm double clicking, and as you can see I have direct focus, so this is really nice UI. So we successfully implemented together our to-do MVC with usage of React hooks. And as you can see, it was really small project, but we made it scalable and we implemented the whole architecture correctly. Also, if we implement it ourselves, we implement only features that we really need. We don't need other 100 features that you will get from every library. So let's do this now. So here I have an empty generated create React tab and nothing inside. As you can see, index.js is completely empty, and inside app.js I just have h1 tag. So the first question is, what is functionality of our slider and how we will implement it? And actually I think that this is a single component where inside we can pack a list of slides that we want to show. And this is why I already prepared a bunch of images inside public folder image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you want to get them, you can just get a source code with this image from the description box below. And this is how we can use our image slider from my understanding. I would write here something like image slider, and I will provide inside a list of slides, which actually means we have a prop slides, and here we must provide an array of slides. This is it. We don't need to provide anything else. Now here on the top we must create this array of slides. So let's do this. Actually here you might say, okay, this is just an array of strings because we have just URLs of our images. And you might be right, but typically you have some additional information. At least the title of each image or some additional meta information. This is why it makes a lot of sense to create here an array of objects with property URL. And here I will paste localhost 3000/image1 jpeg, comma, and here for example title beach. Now I must copy paste this object 5 times because we have 5 images. So here we have image 2, image 3, image 4 and image 5. But the main idea is we can provide inside slider as many images as we want. And here let's change the title. So here we have beach, then we have board, after this we have forest, city and Italy. Now on the top we must import our component that we will create in a second. So here we can write import image slider from, and let's just create it right here and let's call it image slider. So this is how we will use it. We must provide inside a list of slides, and this is an array of objects, and most importantly is obviously URL. And we're providing it as a prop slides inside our image slider. Now let's jump in creating our image slider. So here first of all I need a file image slider.js, and inside let's create our component. So here we have a component image slider, and we know that as a parameter here inside props we're getting our array of slides. Now let's return something here, at least return, and inside we can write a div with a text to test, so image slider. Now we also should not forget to export here as a default our image slider that we just created. As you can see I don't have any errors, so let's jump to the browser. And here our image slider is successfully rendered. The next question is how we will work with our slides, and actually we have buttons previous, next, or we can jump to specific slide, but this is just changing an index of our active slide. This is why here I want to use useState hook and create our local state where inside we will store current index of an active slide. So here we can write that we have current index, and this is the index of our slide, and set current index. And here we're using useState hook, and inside we're providing 0. And now here on the top I must import useState from React. Now let's try to render our first slide inside div. So here first of all we must write round brackets because it should be a multi-line return. Here we have our div, and inside I want to create one more div, and inside this div we will render our image. But here we want to set a background image just because our image can be of different size and we want to use CSS property contains of background image. This is why here what we can do, we can write div style, and here inside we are providing an object with field background image, and here I will write a string with URL, and in round brackets here we can write our image URL. So what we want to pass here is slides. Now here we can use our current index, it will be 0.url. So this line must set as a background image our first slide. Let's check this out. I'm reloading here the page, and as you can see this is our div. Here is background image URL, the URL is completely correct, here is our image, but we don't see it, because actually we don't have width and height, and actually it is an important point. We don't want to specify fixed width and height inside our slider, because actually people who use our slider might want to provide different width and height. This is why on the outside container of the parent we must provide this information for our slider. For this, let's jump inside our app where we're using our image slider and let's wrap it with additional div. So I will put image slider inside this div, and now I want to write some styles for this div. And I will write them directly here inside style attribute. So here we can create our container styles, and let's create these container styles here on the top. So here we have just const container, and this is an object. And what we want to provide inside is first of all width, secondly height, and position on the center. This is why here width, for example, 500 pixels. Then we provide here height, let's say 280 pixels, and the last one is position center. This is why margin 0 auto. And this is super important to remember. You never want to put fixed dimensions inside your library. You really want to make it fluid. As you can see now here in browser, we have a parent element where we set it width, height, and margin 0. And actually now we can see this container directly in the center. But it is not enough, we also must write styles for our slide. This is why I want to jump back inside our image slider, and here is our styles. So let's create here on the top our styles for the slide. So let's name it slide styles, and this is just an object. First of all, we want to move this background image inside because it doesn't make any sense to write it inline. After this, we first of all want to set our width to 100, and this is a string obviously, then height also 100%. After this, we want border radius, let's say 10 pixels, and we want to position our image center. This is why background position here will be center. And we also want to use background color. In this case, our image will be visible correctly. So let's write here background size color. Now we must just use these slide styles here inside our div. So I'm providing inside slide styles, and this is just an object. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and it is still not working. But as you can see here, we have a div with all our styles, which actually means it is correct. But as you can see here, I have a problem that my height is 0. And the problem is here that we have a parent where we didn't set a height. And we really need to do this. And this is this div where inside we can write style. And let's say that this is slider styles. And this is our main div for the slider. So here before we can write styles for our slider. And the most important here is to write our height 100%, but I also want to write here position relative, just because later we will have elements that we want to position inside with absolute, for example our arrow buttons. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see inside browser, we see our image. And most importantly, we didn't use here an image tag, we used here a background on the div, which will cover the case of different size of the image. Now, in order to change the slides, we must build arrows. This is why let's jump back inside our markup, and here, for example, before our slide, but inside slider, we want to create 2 arrows. So first of all, here will be div, and I will just paste this UTF-8 symbol inside as a left arrow. And here we also want to apply some styles. So here let's name it left arrow styles, and let's write styles for it on the top. And also I will copy paste it and name it right arrow styles, and here I will paste another arrow. Now let's create these styles here on the top. So first of all, left arrow styles, and here we must position it with absolute. Then here we will have top 50%, and we also want to move it on the half of the size of our element. This is why here we will write transform, translate 0 minus 50%. Also it should be on the left side. This is why here left 32 pixels. Now we want to use here bigger font size, so let's say here font size 55 pixels. We also want to provide here white color so we can see it on our images. This is why here will be FFF, and the last one is z-index, because actually we want to put it on the top of our images. So z-index here will be 1, and also cursor pointer. Now I want to write exactly the same code for right arrow styles. And here I will copy paste it and name it right arrow style. We have here also position absolute, top 50%, correct translate, but here not left but right, 32 pixels, font size 45, color, z-index and cursor pointer. And actually here, if you think that it is too verbose to copy paste the whole styles for left arrow and right arrow, you can create something like basic arrow, where you will put all basic styles and then just provide left and right position accordingly. Let's check if it's working. As you can see in browser, we have these nice white arrows, but obviously they don't do anything. So here we must now create click event for our divs. First of all, here let's create onClick event and let's name it go to previous. And now on the right arrow, let's create onClick event go to next. Now let's create these functions. First of all, we have go to previous and we don't need to provide anything inside. What we essentially want to do, we simply change the index, which is our current index. This is why here we can write set current index, new index. And actually here I am getting an error, set current index is not defined. And here on the top I see that I named it set current user and not set current index. Obviously it should be set current index. Now here we must calculate what is new index. If we simply click on the left, then we must jump to the last slide because we are on position 0. If we are not on position 0, we simply make -1. This is exactly what I want to write here. So first of all, let's check if it is the first slide. So is first slide means that our current index equals 0. And after this, we can create our new index. So we're checking here, are we on the first slide? If yes, then we want to write slice length -1. In this case, it will be our last slide. In other case, we want to simply make current index -1. Now let's do exactly the same for our go to next. So here is our function go to next. We don't have any arguments. And here we want to just call set current index with new index. First of all, I want to know if we are on the last slide. So here is last slide. We can check that it is current index equals slides length -1. And after this, we can create our new index. So first of all, we're checking, is it last slide? If yes, then we simply return 0. In other case, it will be current index +1. Which actually means from the last slide, we're jumping to our first slide. In other case, we simply jump to the next slide. Let's check if it's working. So here I'm reloading the page, I'm hitting previous, and we see the last image. Now I'm hitting previous again, and we see the third image. Now if I'm hitting next, we see the last image, I'm hitting again, we see our first image. Which actually means our logic is implemented correctly. And the last feature that we want to implement inside is dots underneath our image, which actually means here we have dots, and these dots represent all our images. We can simply click on every dot, and then we are jumping directly to a specific slide. Let's do this now. What we essentially want to do, we simply want to map through our slides and create these dots. This is why here, first of all, I want to create a div, and this is a parent for our dots, and now inside I want to write map. And here essentially we just want to map through our slides, and we're getting here access for every single slide, and we also need an index, or better to name it slide index. And now inside we can write our markup, and it will be just a simple div, where inside we must provide a key, so we don't get an error from React. Here we are providing inside slide index, and inside I simply want to render a circle as a UTF-8 symbol. Let's check if it's working. As you can see in browser, now we have these nice dots and we have exactly 5 pictures. But obviously we must provide some styles for them. First of all, let's write styles for our container of the dots. So let's name it dots container styles. And what we want to do here, we want to write display flags, because in this case all our dots will be in one line. So here we need display flags and I want to center them. This is why here justify content will be center. And now we must style every single dot. So let's write here dot styles, and this is an object, and inside first of all we need a small margin, for example 0.3 pixels, also cursor pointer and bigger font size, for example here font size 20 pixels. Now we must apply these styles to our elements. First of all here div style, and here we have our container dots container styles, and now here inside div we can apply style with dot styles. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and now we see nice dots and we have cursor point on them. But we didn't implement click event, and this is exactly what we need to do. So here we can provide on click event, and here we can name this function, for example, go to slide. But it is not enough because we must provide an index of the slide where we want to jump. This is why here is a function, and inside our go to slide we want to provide our slide index that we have inside our map. Now let's create our function go to slide. So here is go to slide, and as an argument we're getting here slide index, and we can simply call here set current index and provide inside slide index. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page here and clicking now on the last slide. And here we see Italy. Now I'm hitting on the third slide and we see our forest. As you can see, it is not that difficult to implement your own image slider. So here I already have a generated React application with an empty app. And the first question is, what do we need to render inside and how our pagination will work? And I really think that pagination is fine to just be a single component with some properties. So let's say that inside we have our pagination component that we will create in a second. And first of all, we must provide inside a current page. Why do we need current page? Because we must highlight inside our pagination what page is active, nothing more. And also you might want to disable current page. After this, we must get here a total and a limit. For example, total from the backend you might get 500 items, which actually means on the backend in total you have 500 posts. But it doesn't mean that we're getting all 500 of them. We're getting here a limit or per page, and I will name it limit. And let's say we're rendering on the screen 20, which actually means we're on the first page, then we have our items from 0 to 20, then the next page will be from 20 to 40, and so on. And essentially total and limit is enough information for us to render pagination. And we need this information to know how many pages we must render here. And the last thing that we need here is a change event, and actually change will happen every single time when we select specific page inside pagination. In this case here we want to get a callback in our parent, for example inside app, and then fetch some new data for that specific page. This is why here we can name it on page change, and this is a function, and we will get back our page, and then we want to call some function. The question is now, what do we need to call here? And actually it makes a lot of sense to store our current page outside of the pagination inside our state. So let's create now here our current page and obviously set current page, because we want to use here React hooks, which means use state, and here initial state will be 1, because by default the first page must be activated. And here we are passing inside our current page, and here as a callback we can call set current page, and we are providing inside our page. And essentially this is all props that you need in order to build pagination. So we have here current page, for example 1 by default, total 500, limit 20, and our callback on page change, where we're given the page that was activated inside. Now here on the top I want to import directly this pagination that we will create in a second from file pagination. And now here I want to create new file pagination.js. And actually before we will start to implement this component, I want to share with you CSS. And we won't write any CSS for our pagination, I already prepared it for you. This is why you can take it from the description box below, there is a source code of this project. And actually as you can see here, this is pagination CSS, and we have lots of classes here that we will use inside our component. For example, pagination, page item, and here we have page link. Now what we must do inside our index.js, we must import this CSS file, and it will be pagination CSS. Another way would be to import it directly inside our pagination component. So let's jump inside our pagination component, and here we want to export our new component, which is called pagination. Now let's create this component pagination, and here we already know what props we're getting, so we can directly destructure them. First of all, we're getting here current page, then total, limit, and also on page change callback. Now here let's just return some div to test if it's working. So I will render here word pagination and will jump inside browser. As you can see here, the word pagination was rendered, which actually means this component is correctly binded. The next step would be to know how many pages we must render in total. This is why here let's create a property pages count, and here we can use math sale, and inside we are providing total divide on limit. Why we are doing like that? Because actually total is, for example, 500 and our limit is 20. which means we will get here the number of pages, and we're using here math sale to make our count bigger, which actually means if we have, for example, 501 page, this means we want to create one more page. Let's console log it here and check if it's working. So here is our pages count property. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here inside console pages count 25, which is totally correct. And now here is an interesting point. We want to render all our 25 pages starting from 1 and to 25. How we can do that? Actually, we must map through the array from 1 to 25, but there is no function inside JavaScript to generate an array from one number to another. This is why actually I highly recommend you to build an additional helper and use it everywhere, and typically you will call it range. So what we can do here, we can write array 25. This is our end. As you can see, it creates an array with 25 empty elements. Now here I will write keys, and as you can see we are getting array iterator, and now we can spread this result inside an array, and we are getting a nice array from 0 to 24. But this is not what we want. Typically the range function must start from some number and go to some another number, which actually means here we can apply map and simply get every single element, and here we can use element plus, and here will be our starting point. For example, in our case we are starting from the first page. This is why here I can put 1, and we're getting a nice array from 1 to 25. And this is how you typically implement a range function. So normally you will put it inside utilities and use across your application, but for now I will simply create it here. So the range function is a function where we are getting our start and end, and we will simply return this result. So here array not 25 but end, and here element plus start. And with that being said, our range function is implemented. And now we can check if it's working. Here we can create our pages array where we're calling our range function from 1 to our pages count. Now I want to console log here pages so we can check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here our pages count 25, and here is our array from 1 to 25. And now we just need to map through every single number here and render it on the screen. This is why we can directly write our markup. So here inside, let's create a UL with class name pagination. Now inside our UL, we can map through our pages, and we're getting here inside access to every single page, and inside we want to render additional component. Why is that? Because actually it makes a lot of sense to simplify our component by creating additional component inside. And even if we want still to use just a single pagination outside, we can use several components here. This is why here actually I want to create pagination item. And the question is now, what do we need to render inside? First of all, we must get here page that we want to render. Secondly, we must provide inside a key because we are inside map, and here we can say page because it is unique. Also, we must use here current page to highlight it and disable, and it will be current page from the props. And the last one on page change, it is also from the props. So this is how our pagination item will look like. This is simply a map through our array where inside we are calling this additional component that we can create here on the top. So our pagination item is just a component where we're getting first of all our page, then current page, and then on page change. And actually now here I want to install additional library, and we could use it without additional library and just implement concatenating strings by ourselves, but I just want to show you the possibility. And actually this library is called class names. It is super popular for React, and what it does, it concatenates correctly classes. And actually this sounds really easy, but typically you want to concatenate them based on true or false, and it is much cleaner than writing ternary operators inside the string to get a string of our classes. This is why here I want to jump inside console and install this package, so yarn add class names. Now we can jump back inside our component, and here on the top of the file we can import class names from class names. And what we want to return inside our pagination is actually a li. So here we will have our li with span inside. So for our span we can apply the class name page link, and we want to render the page of this pagination item inside our span. But here with the li it is different. Here we want dynamical classes. This is exactly why do we need class names. So here on the top, let's create li classes, and here we can call this class name method. And actually here typically we want to provide an object, and here we can say page item. This is the class that must be there always. This is why here we simply set it true. But actually we must render an active class additionally when our page is current page. So actually here page equals current page. And as you can see, this logic is much better than trying to concatenate our styles like page item. Then here inside you want to write ternary operator like page equals current page. Then you are rendering here active. In other case you have here empty string. This is unreadable. This is why class names is so awesome. You are getting back a nice string, but this code is super readable. And now inside our li, we can provide class name, and in our case, it will be li classes. And also we must call here our onClick event. And what do we want to provide here? We want to provide inside our onPage change the page that we're getting inside our pagination item. So here we have our map, here we're rendering our pagination item, and this is our component where inside we have li and span, and our onClick event, which we are bubbling to the top. And here are our classes for li, and here we're rendering our page. If this React code looks complicated for you and you think that you're missing some React knowledge, I have a full course with React interview questions where I covered all knowledge of React that you need to know, and I will link it in the description box below. So don't forget to check it out. So let's check if it's working. Here we don't have any errors inside our build, and let's jump inside browser. And as you can see, actually it works. We can see all our elements from 1 to 25. But the main point is there is no CSS, we must bind it. This is why here on the top inside this component we can just import our CSS from file pagination CSS. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here nice implemented pagination. So we're here on the first page, and as you can see it is disabled. And we can check this page, and here we're getting pagination, page item, and here we have this class active. And actually we have this class active here from this condition. And inside we're rendering our page link 1, which actually means the whole pagination is just a mapping through our array with numbers. Now here we can click on any element and it is directly changed. Why is that? Because here we're calling our onPage change. This is this onPage change, which is in props. Now here we're going inside our app.js, and here we're calling our setCurrentPage, which changes our state, which is our current page. As you can see, it is not that difficult to implement pagination inside React. So here I have an empty React application, here is my app component, and the only thing that I created here on the top is initial articles. As you can see here, this is just an array of objects with ID, slug and title, and these are articles that we will render. And first of all, here I want to create two new components. First of all, an article table. This is a component where inside we will render our articles. And secondly, our search bar. Why do we want to split it like that? Because in the normal application, you won't pack everything in a single component. It doesn't make any sense. And with such splitting, you will see the difficulties between passing data and updating it. This is why here, first of all, I want to create a new component, article table.js, and this is a component to render a list of our articles. So here we can create our article table component, and here as a props, we're getting a list of articles, which actually means this component doesn't know anything regarding our articles or how we're getting them. It is just a dump component to render a list of articles. This is why here we can return a markup for our article table. First of all, here will be div class name and here articles table. And as you can see here, I use classes to have a nice CSS. And actually, if you want to code alone, you can take this index CSS that I have inside the project in the description box below. So here, first of all, we have our div with article table, and inside we want to render our list of articles. This is why we're mapping through our articles and we're getting access to every single article. And now inside we can render just a div with class name, article, and inside we want to render every single article .title. And we should not also forget to add here a key, because in other case React will throw us an error. And inside key we must provide something unique, and in our case it is article.id. And actually with that our article table is completely ready. Let's export it now and use it inside app component. So here is export default article table. Now we can jump inside our app.js, and here on the top we can import our article table that we just created from article table. And now here on the bottom, inside my div class name container, we can render this component. So here I simply write article table, and I'm providing inside our array of articles, which in our case is initial articles. For now we don't filter them, we simply throw them inside and render. Let's reload the page. As you can see, our articles are rendered and our component is ready. Now let's create our second component, and it will be our search bar.js, which will contain a form to submit our search and then filter our articles. This is why here export default, and we're creating here our search bar, and we want to create this component on the top. And for now we won't write anything inside, we want simply to return a form, which will be our markup. So for our form we can write here a class name, which will be a search bar, and inside this form we want to create an input type text, which will be a search box for our application. And here we must also add a class name search bar input. Let's save this and use this component inside app.js. So first of all on the top we must add here our search bar from search bar, and now here on the bottom before our article table we can write search bar component. Let's save this and reload the page. As you can see, our form is already rendered and we can start writing the code. And first of all, we must plan what we will implement. So we need to think about our architecture. So what do we want to implement at all? First of all, we have here a search box, and normally you will type something here and hit enter, and at this moment this form will be submitted. We will give this event to our parent app component, and then our app component somehow must update this list of articles to filter them, which actually means we want to filter our articles and we don't want always to pass inside our initial articles. This is why here we can use useStateHook to save our articles which are filtered inside some property. So let's name this property articles, and here we have our setArticleSetter, and here we're using useStateHook from React, and inside the initial value will be our initial articles. Why is that? Because actually by default we're rendering all our articles. Now here on the top we must import useStateHook from React. So what we can change now, instead of initial articles we are passing inside our articles from the state. Let's reload the page. As you can see, it is working exactly the same, but now we're using our state. Now we need to improve our search bar. And actually what we need to do, we need to create a state inside search bar. Why is that? Because actually at the moment when we are typing something, we want to save this inside a state. But only when we submit a form, we want to propagate this value to the outside. Which actually means here inside we want to create a value, and actually this value I want to name inner value. Why it is inner value? Because it is available only inside our search bar. We will also pass a value for our search from the outside. This is why I want to have different naming. So here we have our inner value and also a setter set inner value. And here we can also use useStateHook from React, and here as a default value we can provide an empty string. Now here inside our input we can set a value, and inside this value we want to set our inner value from the state, which actually means this input is always in sync with our useState. But also to change a state we must write here on change function. And actually here we are getting an event, and we can just call here setInnerValue and provide inside event.target.value, which will be exactly the string that we typed inside this input. Let's check this out. Here I will just console log our inner value, so we will see if it is updated. Let's reload the page. We don't have any errors. Now I'm typing something here. And as you can see in console, our inner value is successfully updated, which actually means our state is in sync with our input. But now at some moment we want to submit this form. This is why here we must create our new event, which is onSubmit. And here I want just to create a new function handleSubmit. Because first of all we want to write the event prevent default to avoid default behavior of the form. So here now let's create a handleSubmit method, and we're getting here an event. This is why inside we can use event.preventDefault, and after this we want to notify outside component, our parent, about our value inside the state, so our inner value. For this here I want to call callback and just provide inside inner value. And as you can see, we didn't define callback here because we will get it from the props just like a function. So actually how it is working, we have an input and we are changing this state every single time when we are typing something. But we also have a form, and when we are submitting a form, this handle submit will be called, and here we will call a callback from the outside, which actually means now here inside our app.js we must provide inside search bar a callback. And actually what we want to change with this callback is the state of search value, which actually means we won't just have an inner value inside our search bar, we also want to store it inside state in our parent. This is why here I want to create search value and also a setter, set search value. And here we're using our useState hook, and inside we're providing empty string as a default value. And now inside our callback we're getting a function with our search value that we provided from our search bar. And what we can do now, we can call set search value to update a state and throw inside our search value, which actually means every single time when we're submitting a form inside our search bar, we're calling this callback. And this callback will update a state here inside parent, which actually means here I can just write console log search value and we can check if it is working correctly. I'm reloading now the page and we're getting search value empty string because this is the default value. Now I'm typing something here and nothing is changing. We don't see the update of this search value because we simply changed our inner value here inside search bar, which is completely fine. But now here I'm hitting enter and I'm submitting the form, and at this specific moment we updated a state in our parent. This is why I said that it is a little bit tricky, because we have two different states for our search inside search bar and outside search bar. But this architecture allows us to do different things. For example, here now we updated a state, and actually we want to do something when we updated this search value, and exactly we want to filter an array of articles. This is why here we want to react on the change of our search value, and we can use useEffectHook for this from React. So essentially here we have a function and an array of our dependencies. And inside this array we are providing our search value, which actually means this useEffect will be called every single time when our search value inside state, this value will be changed. And actually here now we can just write console log search value was changed. And you can see that it is working exactly as expected. I'm reloading the page and here we have search value was changed, because here we're getting a default value. After this we're typing something and we're hitting enter and we're getting inside useEffect search value was changed. And this is exactly a nice place where we can filter our articles. So what I want to do now, I want to create an additional filter function before app, because this function actually can be synchronous or asynchronous. This is why I want to pack it outside. So here let's create a filter articles function, and here we're getting our search value by which we want to filter our articles. And first of all we want to check if this search value is empty, because if it is empty then we don't need to filter anything and we can simply return here our initial articles. If it is not empty, then we want to filter our initial articles with usage of filter method, and we're getting access to every single article, and here we want to check if our article.title, and we want to convert it to lowercase, includes our string that we're searching. And actually it is our search value dot also to lowercase. In this case here we're converting both strings to the lowercase and we will do the correct filtering. So our filter articles function is ready, and now inside our useEffect we can filter our articles. Let's name them filtered articles, because these are articles that will be filtered, and here we're calling filter articles function and we're providing inside our search value. And this is just a state that we have here. Now the only thing that we must do is update our state. This is why here we can call set articles and we're throwing inside filtered articles. Let's check if it's working. We're reloading the page here and we see all our articles. I'm typing here for example 5 and I'm hitting enter. And as you can see our articles are directly filtered. Once again, how it is working at all? We have here our search bar, and here we have our callback, which is changing our search value here inside this specific component. And it is extremely important because this use effect will be called after changing of our search value. And here we want to filter our articles by our new search value, and we're updating our article state. This is exactly an example of good React architecture. So our application is fully working, but here we just worked with synchronous data. Inside real application, typically you will have an API and the synchronous data, but with our awesome architecture, we can easily adjust our code to work with API. And to simulate an API call, we simply need to create a function which will be asynchronous. This is why here on the top I want to create fetch articles function. And here we also get a search value, just like inside our filter articles. But now here I want to return new promise. And this promise is exactly our asynchronous code. Here we have our resolve, and now inside I want to write set timeout to call our code just after 2 seconds. This is something similar to our API call because it takes time. And here we can write exactly the same code. I will just copy paste this if search value and initial articles filter and just paste it here inside set timeout. Because first of all we are checking okay, search value is empty. If yes, then we are returning our initial articles, and in other case we are filtering it. But return here is wrong. We actually want to call our resolve and resolve with this array. Exactly the same we must do here. We can create here filtered articles, and here we want to resolve our filtered articles. And also we should not forget to call after resolve return. In this case we won't go here. So this function is working exactly like a real API. If here we provided an empty search value, then our API will deliver for us all our articles. In other case, it will filter on the backend our articles and just give back a smaller array of articles. Now we need to change our app component a little bit. First of all, here we want by default to set an array of articles to empty array, because by default we didn't fetch any articles and we don't have any data. This is completely normal. But now what we want to do here, we want inside our use effect to call our fetch articles. This is why here I will comment this filtered articles code, and I want to write here fetch articles and provide inside our search value. And actually it is a promise. This is why here I will use then, and I will get here an array of our articles. And now here we can use set articles just like we did previously, which actually means this code will be executed only after 2 seconds because our request is 2 seconds long. And this is actually the only change that we did. And as you can see, our code will work out of the box. So here by default we didn't see anything, our array is empty, but then after 2 seconds we see this list of our fetched articles. Now here let's say that we are doing new fetch, we are filtering something and we are hitting enter. And actually after 2 seconds we will filter our data. But it can be even better. Here we can set articles to empty array just to make it clear that we are doing some loading. So here I'm reloading the page, we make an initial fetch, now here I'm filtering something, and directly after hitting enter we don't see any articles before the fetch. Which actually means by building a good architecture you can easily work with synchronous or asynchronous data. And in order to get a weather inside our application, we must use some API which will provide us data for the specific city, which actually means we are typing a city and then we must fetch the data about the city from the API. And in order to do that, we will use a service which is called openweathermap.org. As you can see pricing here, it has paid plan, but there is also a free tier which is enough for us to implement a project. It allows us to make 1000 API requests per day. Now let's look on the initial project that I created, and here is an empty project of React which is created with Vite, and inside my app.js I rendered just a weather component. So here is a weather folder and we have 3 different things inside. First of all, a weather.js6 is completely empty, we didn't even create this component yet, and weather.css contains all styling which we need for our project. We will fully be focused only on React, so you can take styling in the description box below. And additionally to that, I have here a data.js file. The main idea is that while development, it doesn't make any sense to call an API every single second while we're testing. Here is the example of the API. This is the response for Hamburg, Germany, and we can use this data while we're developing application. Obviously, at the end, we must build fetching from the real API, but in order to render all blocks correctly, it makes a lot of sense to use this mocked response, because it is exactly the same like the response from the API. With that being said, let's create our weather component. So what we want to do here, we need a component weather, and we don't have any parameters here. And we want to export our component weather. What we want to render inside is a div, which will be our weather block with all correct styling. This is why here class name weather block. And inside first we must create a form where we will have an input to submit our location. Essentially, we could write all this code here, but I really want to separate our logic and I want to create an additional component for this. So let's name this component location search, and inside we want to return a form. And inside this form we will have our input with type text, placeholder city, country. We can't really enter just a city because we can have the same city in different countries. And the class name here must be location search input. And additionally to that, on our form we need a class name which will be location search. So our form is there. Now inside our weather block we can render location search component. Also, we didn't bind any styling yet. Yes, we have it inside weather CSS, but we must import it here. So let's import our file weather.css here on the top and reload the page. As you can see, this is our initial block of weather with our input. Now the idea is we're typing something here, we're hitting enter, and we're getting this information. How can we do that? First of all, inside our input, we must store our value, which actually means we need to store here, for example, a location and set location, and it will be our useState hook, which essentially means here we're using useState hook with initial value empty string, and we can use it for our input. So here we can write that we have a value, and it is our location, and we also have an onChange, and our onChange event will be to update this location. So here we have access to our event, and we can call setLocation, where we are providing event target value. This code is completely fine to store the value of our input, but we never submitted our form, which actually means here we need a function like handle submit, and we're getting here our event. And now we can use this handle submit on our form. So let's add on submit, which will call our handle submit, and inside first of all we want to prevent the default behavior with event.preventDefault. If we don't do that, then our form will be submitted with plain HTML and the page will be reloaded. What we want to do after our form submission, we need to notify our weather component that we submitted a form, which actually means here we must provide a value, for example, location change, and it must update our location. This is why here let's create a state for our location and set location. And here we will use useState hook, which will be an empty string. Now here we are providing location change, which is just a function, and we are calling here set location. And essentially from our location search, we must get our location, which is a string, and we update our location on the outside. So this is how our location search component notifies our state, and we're updating our state. But we didn't implement this logic inside our location search. So here we need to get as a prop our location change function, and now inside our handle submit we can call location change and provide inside our value, which will be a location. And just to remind you, this location is just a value of the input that we want to provide outside. And after this it makes a lot of sense to reset our location because we want to see an empty input. What I want to do now, I want to write a console log for our location so we can check if it's working. Let's reload the page and write here Hamburg, Germany. I'm hitting here enter, and as you can see inside console we got Hamburg, Germany. which actually means we successfully created our form where we're notifying our weather parent regarding change of the location. What we need to do now is use this data.js, which is just an object, in order to render with this mock data our weather information. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just wanted to let you know that only 20% of the people who watch my videos are subscribed to the channel. If you really want to continue getting videos and support my channel, consider subscribing. It helps a lot. Now let's jump back into the video. This is why here what I want to do on the top, I want to import our weather info from data. And this weather info is just an object. Now what I want to do here is create one more component, and let's name it weather info. And we want to provide inside our weather info. Yes, obviously for now we are passing this weather info inside, and it is not really needed because our weather info on the top is imported as mock data and it is available everywhere, but it will be different later when we will get this data from the API. But for now it is enough to just render all fields inside our weather info block. So here let's create weather info component. And we know that we are getting inside our weather info property. Now here we want to return our markup. So div with class name weather info with dash. And then inside we need to render our image. And essentially here inside our data.js we have inside weather property this information. It's an ID. Inside main we have text like it is clouds. And this is an icon. And I have here an icon 0 for n. And actually I downloaded all icons from this website, which API we will use, and they are all available inside public folder. As you can see here, they are starting like 01D, 01 night, and so on. And again, you can download all these assets in the description box below. Now let's jump back inside our weather info and render here an image. So we can write here an image tag with class name, weather info image. And here will be our source. And actually our source must be a string because we have here a URL /public because this is our public asset. And then here will be our variable. So from our weather info, we can read weather 0 because it was the array with a single object, then dot icon. But this is just an icon without an extension. We must write here after .png and close this image tag. As you can see in browser, we got a nice image inside our application, obviously from mock data. Now after this we must render a temperature, but here is a problem. Inside our data we have a temperature inside main, but all this temperature is not in Celsius. We must convert it to Celsius. This is why here let's jump back. And here inside our weather info component, I want to calculate our Celsius temperature. And in order to do that, we can use mathflow. And if you don't remember, it rounds the number to the lower number. And we can use here weather info.main.temp minus 273. So this line will calculate for us a Celsius temperature. And now we can render it inside one more div, weather info temp. And let's render here our Celsius temperature space, and here should be a Celsius symbol. As you can see in browser, our temperature is rendered and now it is in Celsius. After this we have a name of the city, so let's add here one more class name, weather info name, and inside we can render weather info.name. As you can see here we got Hamburg, and the last part will be a detailed information about our weather. This is why here div class name, weather info details, and inside we have 3 blocks with div class name, weather info detail. And first one here will be a bold line, feels like, and after it we must render a temperature of feels like, but again we must convert it. This is why I want to copy paste our Celsius temperature and name it here Celsius feels like temperature, where we're taking not main temp, but main.feelslike with underscore. And now here inside our feels like, we can render this Celsius feels like temperature. Let's have a look. As you can see here, we're getting feels like 7, which actually means we must put here Celsius symbol also to make it pretty. Now we can copy paste this block 2 more times because we want to render here humidity, and here we want to render weather info.main.humidity. And here instead of Celsius we can write %, and last one here will be wind speed. and we can read it from our weatherinfo.wind.speed, and it is kilometers per hour. Let's have a look. All our fields are being rendered, and this is exactly how our end application must look like. But now here is the most important part. We must fetch this data from the API. And in order to do that, first of all, you must register an account inside OpenWeatherMap. Now you can jump to account and open the link My API Keys. As you can see here, I have 2 keys, but most importantly, if you just created an account and created an API key, you can't just start use it. You need to wait several hours for it to be activated. And this is the URL that I want to use. As you can see here, it's API openweathermap.org/data/2.5 weather. Then we have query, so question mark equals, and here we have a string, and then after this we have a parameter app ID. Essentially, without this app ID, which is your key, you can't do a request. And as you can see here, the whole response is looking exactly like it was inside mock data, which is completely correct for us. Now what I want to do, I want to copy paste this key from here and store it somewhere on the top. So let's create here a property API key, and this is just a string that we want to use. Now the question is, when do we want to make this API request? And essentially here inside our weather application, we're getting location. So every single time when we have location and it is not empty, we want to make an API call. And in order to do that, we must use effect. This is exactly a thing which helps us to do some side effects, and our API call is for sure a side effect. So inside this use effect, first of all, we want to say that our dependency is a location. And then here we want to check that if we don't have a location, so it's an empty string, then we simply return and we don't do anything. If it is not empty, then here we want to prepare our URL. And essentially inside our URL, we're providing a variable. So location is our query, and the API key from the top of the file is our app ID. And now after this, we can make our request by using, for example, Axios. I already have Axios inside my application. If you don't, that you must write npm install Axios, and then you must import it on the top. So import Axios from Axios. And now inside our use effect, we can write Axios get, and we're providing a URL inside, and we can use then and get some response back. Now what we want to do, we want to update our weather info, but we don't really have such state. This is why it makes a lot of sense to create here a new property, weather info, and also set weather info. And this will be our property, which will store the current weather information that we must show. So here will be our use state, and by default it will be null when we don't have any info. And additionally here, location, I really want to do null by default and not an empty string, because it makes more sense for me. If the location is not set, then it is null and not a string. Now here in our successful response, we want to set weather info, and we want to provide inside response.data, because inside data we're getting that JSON. What I want to do now, I want to remove from the top this weather info. As you can see, it is already unused. Why is that? Because we created here a weather info here, and we're providing it inside our component. But here is the problem, this code will break at the beginning when our weather info is undefined. We don't really want to render our weather info if it is null. This is why here we must check, okay, do we have weather info? If yes, then we're rendering our weather info block. I'm jumping to my project and I'm typing here Hamburg, Germany. I'm hitting enter, and as you can see, we got all this information. Let's have a look inside our network. And here, as you can see, there was a request to our API with query Hamburg, Germany and our app ID. And here we can see the preview with all these numbers, and we can see them now on the screen because this is our weather info. So it is 0 degrees, feels like -6. So it's really amazing weather here, as you can see. Now let's check if we can change a city to get another information. So let's write here Malaga, Spain, and hit enter, and as you can see, we're getting much warmer weather. So now you saw on a small project how to implement a React application. And here I already prepared for us an empty React application which I generated with Vite. Here is my app component with just an analog clock inside, and this is this analog clock GSX. As you can see, here is just a single div with analog clock, and I bind it here an empty CSS. And this is how it looks on the screen. So let's start with the implementation. First of all, we need here a div, which will be a container for our clock. So let's create here a class named clock. Now we must style it a little bit. First of all, we need to set fixed width and height of our clock. So let's say it will be 300 pixels width and 300 pixels height. And let's change the background color to this one. As you can see, we got a gray square. So now we can apply border radius 50% and a border, let's say 14 pixels with some black color. And additionally, we need position relative because all our elements inside will be with position absolute. As you can see now, it looks really like a clock, but we want to center it. This is why here let's write margin 0 auto. Now we got a perfect clock where inside we can render our information. And first of all, I want to render in this div a dot on the center, so it looks better. And let's style this dot now. So our dot should be quite big, let's say 14 pixels width and 14 pixels height. It should also be round, so again border radius 50% with grayish background. And here we want to provide position absolute because we want to center it, so here will be top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. And we can use here margin auto, which will center it. Additionally to that, I want to provide a z-index because this dot must override any arrows that we will render later. Here we are getting our dot on the center, but just to make our clock even better, we can use box shadow for the clock itself and for the dot. So let's apply for the clock such box shadow. As you can see, it's a black color with a little bit of transparency. And here we can apply box shadow, which is just black. Let's have a look again. As you can see, we have a nice box shadow for the dot and for the clock itself. The next thing that I want to do is to render our hours from 12 to 11. So let's create here a class name hour. And here we start with 12. But additionally here we don't just want to style every single hour with the same styles, but we need a different position absolute for each of them. This is why here let's write hour and 12. And then I want to copy paste it 11 times. And now let's update it. So we have here 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we need 11. So again, this hour class is totally fine, but for each of them we want an additional different class. So here we can say 1, then 2, here is 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. As you can see, we successfully rendered our numbers. Now we must position them correctly with absolute. So let's jump to our CSS and style first of all our hours. So here will be an hour with position absolute and font weight 700, so it is really bold, and bigger font size 22 pixels. Now we need to position each of them. So here will be 12 with top 10 pixels and left 86%. As you can see now 12 is positioned correctly. Now we can do exactly the same with 1. It will be top 10% and right 26%. As you can see, it also is positioned correctly. So basically, if you want to learn how I position them, you simply need to open DevTools, take your number and then just move it to position like you want. You can use pixels or you can use percents to position them correctly. So in order to avoid repetitive tasks, I will just paste all prepared numbers. And as you can see here, I just calculated the positions of 2, 3, 4 and all of them until 11. As you can see in browser, we rendered all these numbers on the screen with position absolute. So now we are coming to something interesting. We want to position our hour hand and move it. So how can we move it? In order to do that, I want to create a new state which will store inside current time. So we need here time and set time. And here we're using a useState hook, and inside I call new date, which will store current date there by default. But it is not enough because we want to call useEffect, and inside we want set interval. We can't just use set interval directly in the code, we must always pack it inside useEffect. So here we will have set interval, and we want to call it every single second. So here with 1 second, we want to update our time. So here let's call set time, and we just provide inside new date, which actually means we're updating our time state every single second. Now here I want to show you inside console log what logic I want to implement. So we can take here our time, which is our date, and call here get hours. After this, I want to multiply it by 30. And let's look in the console. As you can see, we are getting quite huge numbers. And this is happening because we have a memory leak. What I forgot to do here, I forgot to set an initial array, so our set interval is executed just once. This is why in my case, we're creating them again and again. After I set it here an empty array, we don't have a memory leak, and as you can see, we're getting the change every single second. And what I'm getting here is 660, which is the amount of degrees where our error should be. Because essentially the whole circle is 360, and if we have here, for example, 22, which is 10 o'clock p.m., we're multiplying it by 30, we're getting 660. So this error will be here. So in the whole day, we're getting two circles. One circle is 360 plus 360, so our maximum is 720. Which actually means now we can use this information to render correctly our hand position. So inside our clock, I want to create a div with class name our hand. And additionally here, I want to provide style because we want to give here a dynamic value. And inside style, we can write transform, which will be a rotate string. And here it will be rotate z. And inside we're providing our variable. It will be time get hours, which you just saw, multiply by 30. And after our variable, we're writing degrees. Let's have a look in browser. Here we have our element inside clock, which will be our hand, and here is transform rotate 660 degrees. And as you can see here, you can inspect it, 660 will be here. This is exactly what we want. So now we just need to style our hand. So let's create here an our hand, and it will be first of all position absolute. Then z-index 5, so it must be smaller than our dot here, because here was z-index 10. The width of our hand will be 4 pixels, and the height will be 65 pixels. Now we need to set a background, which should be black, and we need to set our top position, which will be 79 pixels. Also here left 50%, and transform origin. Here it will be 50% and 75 pixels, so we are moving it correctly. Additionally, we need a small margin left, minus 2 pixels, because the whole width is 4 pixels and we want to move it 2 pixels to the left. Let's have a look here. As you can see, our arrow is positioned correctly. How it happened? Without our transform, our arrow is positioned like this, with position absolute. And here we're setting width height, and we're using top left to position it correctly on the center together with margin. And here we have transform origin. So let's try to remove it. If I'm removing transform and I enable this transform, as you can see, it is not positioned correctly. This is why here we must apply transform origin, which works just like we want together with transform and rotate. And the last small tune that we can do, we can make this arrow more beautiful because now it is just a square. In order to do that, we can write here border top left radius 50% and also border top right radius 50%. And what it does, as you can see in browser, it makes it really like an arrow. Now let's implement exactly the same with minute hand and second hand. So what I want to do here, I want to copy paste the same code, and it will be our minute hand and second hand. The only difference here will be that we are not taking hours, but we are getting minutes, and we are multiplying them not by 60, but by 6. And here we are doing exactly the same with seconds. We are getting here our seconds, and we are multiplying them by 6. So what I want to do, I want to copy fully our hand because it will be super similar. Here is our minute hand, position absolute is fine, z-index should be slightly different, width for pixels is fine, but it should be higher, so here will be 100 pixels. Let's change also here a color. Our top will be 46 and left 50%, again margin left -2, and our transform origin must be 50% and here 105. And again we have here left and right border radius. Now I will copy paste it again and update to second hand. and our second hand will be of that index 7, our height will be even bigger, width stays the same, and let's change background color to red. Our top will be 26, left 50%, and here actually let's do our width just 2 pixels because this is a second hand, and then margin left should be a half, so it's 1, and our transform origin is 50% and 125. Let's have a look if it's working. As you can see here, we got 3 arrows and we are getting correct time. And we won't use any libraries to create such UI, but for sure we need a library to work with dates in JavaScript, because the default working with dates is really painful, and there is a much better solution. A library which is called Luxon, and this is a friendly wrapper for JavaScript dates and times. So we can write our code like this, for example, date now, then set zone, minus weeks, end of day to ISO. And even if you don't understand Luxon, you can get what we're doing here, like we're getting the date now, then we're setting a time zone, then we're subtracting 1 week from this date, and we're getting the end of the day. As you can see, the code is extremely readable and easy to support, and it will help us a lot in order to create interactive calendar with React. And here I already prepared for us an empty project. As you can see, I have an app component where I just render a calendar component. The only thing is I injected CSS in this component, and here is some CSS for our feature. And you can download this CSS from the source code in the description under the video. So our first step here is to install Luxon library. And additionally here I want to install one more library which is called class names. It will help us to generate easier classes for React. 2 most important things for our calendar is to prepare an array of weekdays and secondly all dates of the month. And in order to do that I want to jump to Luxon, and inside console we have access to Luxon directly. So I can write here luxon.info, and inside info we have weekdays. As you can see here, this is a function, and we are getting here an array starting from Monday to Sunday. This is almost what we want, but we need them in a short format. This is why here we are providing short, and we are getting a nice array of these strings. So here inside our calendar we can get weekdays by calling info, and info is coming from Luxon.weekdays, and this is a function where we are providing short inside. Additionally, here we need to get a reference to today. So here let's save today by calling datetime, and it also is coming from Luxon.local. So it will generate for us a datetime that we can use. We can try it in the console. As you can see, we're getting a datetime object with lots of properties. And what is interesting, we can do different things with it, like for example, minus weeks 1. And we're subtracting 1 week from our date. Now here we can call toString in order to convert our date to a stringified date, which actually means it is really comfortable to store all our dates as datetime. So we have today, now we need to know the first date of the month. And actually this I want to store in the state because we need to change it when we are jumping between months. This is why here let's create a state first day of active month. And here we need a setter, so it is set first day of active month. And here we have a useState hook where inside we can provide today.start of month. By default, our calendar will show a month with today inside. This is why here we are getting today, and the first day of active month, which means the first of current month, will be this date. We can console log it here. I want to just write console log first date of the month to string. Let's have a look in browser. As you can see, we're getting 1st of April, which is the first date of the month. Now we need to prepare an array of dates from the beginning of the month to the end of the month, but it must include dates of the previous month or next month if the start or end of the month is not at the beginning or the end of the week. How can we do that? Obviously with Luxon, we can create here an array days of month. And in order to do that, we're using interval from Luxon, dot from datetimes, and inside we must provide 2 dates. So the first date will be a start of the month, and the next one will be an end of the month. So here we can take first day of active month, but here we want to use start of week. And start of week will return for us the starting date of the week because our month might not be starting from Monday. And after this we can use first day of the month dot end of week. Let's have a look what we're getting. So here I'm console logging days of month, and as you can see in the console we're getting an interval with two dates. This is our start date and end date. And as you can see here, our start is a daytime and end is a daytime. What we want to do now, we want to split this interval by a single day. This is why here on our from day times we can apply split by, and here let's provide day 1, and let's have a look what we're getting. As you can see now we're getting an interval between each day, and here we're getting 35 numbers, which is exactly what we want. And now from every single interval we just want to read a start of this interval, which actually means after split we can use here map, we're getting access to our day, and we can just return day.start. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just want to let you know that I have a membership here on the channel that you can join to support me. It will give you access to the new videos earlier, emojis and priority replies to your comments. Now let's jump back into the video. Let's have a look now in browser. As you can see, we're getting a nice daytime. And daytime is a typical looks on date. We can read the whole value from it, or we can stringify it when we need this. So this is exactly what we want to render. These are our squares with dates that you will see in the calendar. And as you can see, Luxon allows us in 3 lines of code generate such array. So let's start with some rendering. What we want to return here is some markup. And first of all, we will have div with class name calendar container. Inside we will have div with class name calendar, and then a headline. So here will be class name calendar headline. And inside on the left, we want to render our active month. So here will be div class name calendar headline month. And then inside we can render first day of the month. This is our date, and we can read .month short. This is a short label of the current month of this specific date. After this comma, and we want to render our first day of month .year. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered that it is April 2024. After this, we want to render controls on the right, so it will be div class name calendar headline controls, and inside will be a div with previous button. So here will be class name calendar headline control with arrow to the left. I will copy it and paste an arrow to the right, and in between we want today. So here let's write our text today, and additionally we need one more class. It will be calendar headline controls today. As you can see in browser, our buttons are rendered and we see today label. After our headline, we need to render labels for every weekday. So here will be a div with class name calendar weeks grid. And just to remind you, here on the top we have an array with all our days, and we can just render them with map. So here will be weekdays map. We're getting access to every single weekday, and we also need here weekday index. And now inside we can simply render a div with key weekday index and class name calendar weeks grid cell. And inside we can simply render a variable weekday. Let's have a look in browser. As you can see, we rendered our days from Monday to Sunday. After our weeks grid, we need a calendar grid. So here will be our calendar grid class, and we want to loop through our days of month. So here is a map for days of month. We have access for specific day of month, and we also have an index, so day of month index. Now here we want to render a div and provide a key inside, and it will be day of month index. And here I want to provide a class name calendar grid cell. And inside the div we can render day of month dot day, and this is just a number. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered the whole array as a grid. The next feature that we need to do is render a list of meetings on the right of our calendar. This is why after calendar I want to create a div with class name schedule. But the main problem is our calendar does not get any information regarding any meetings. This is why here inside as a prop I want to provide meetings. and we must create them inside app. So let's create here a variable meetings, and we want to store it as an object where keys is a specific day. Let's create some meetings in 2024 in April 5th, and here will be an array of our meetings. For example, drink coffee, learn React, and sleep. Now I want to copy paste exactly the same line for another date. Let's say it is 6th of April and we're learning here Angular. Now we must provide our meetings as a prop to our calendar. So inside calendar, we're getting meetings as a prop, but we don't just render meetings for the specific date. As you can see, by default, we don't have any date selected. So we must store in the state the selected date, and by default, it must be null. So let's create here something like active day and set active day. And it will be a useState hook, and by default we have null. And additionally here I want a variable of meetings for the current active date. So let's create here active day meetings, and we're trying to read from our meetings active day, which can be null. This is why here is question mark dot to ISO date. And what it will do, it will convert it in exactly this format that you see here. And if this is null, then we want to return an empty array. In this case, our active day meetings will never fail, and it will always have at least an empty array. With this information, we can render our schedule. So first of all, here we have a headline. So here will be schedule, headline. And inside, first of all, we render please select a day label if we don't have an active day. So here we can check if our active day equals null, then we want to render a div please select a day. Now I want to copy paste this code and change it just if we have a day, then we want to render the day number. So here will be active day dot to locale string, and inside we can provide datetime dot date medium. And as you can see, there are lots of possibilities to format the date. And this function won't just format your date in English, but at any language which you want. This is why it is a string with locale. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered please select day because we didn't select any day. After our headline, let's render our content. So here will be a div. And the first case we want to render when we don't have any meetings for this day. So if we have an active day, and active day meetings length equals 0, then we want to render a div no planned meetings today. Now we can copy paste this code, but in this case we are checking that length must be bigger than 0, so we have meetings. Then we want to do a map here, and in order to render a map you need to have at least one parent. This is why here now we can take active day meetings, map through them, get access to the meeting and also meeting index because this is just a string. And inside we want to render a div with our key, which will be meeting index, and I'm rendering a meeting inside. So we either render no planned meetings or we're rendering a list of meetings. But here is the problem, we didn't implement the click event on the specific day. As you can see, here is our div, and let's attach here a click. So we want a non-click event, and what we want to do here, we simply want to set active day. And we're providing day of month, which we're currently rendering. Let's check in browser, I'm reloading the page, I'm selecting a day, and we're getting an error. And as you can see here, the error is active day to local string is not a function. This is completely correct, I made here a typo, it is to locale string, not local string. Let's reload again, as you can see no errors this time, we have our grid, I can click on specific day, and as you can see we're rendering 5th April, and here is the list of our meetings. If I'm clicking on the day where we don't have meetings, then we're showing no planned meetings today. One more feature that we're missing is highlighting an active day. And in order to do that, I want to use this second library, which is called class names. This is why here let's import class names from class names, and then let's scroll to our day with click. As you can see here, we just rendered one class name, calendar grid cell, but here I want to write more of them. This is why here inside our class name, I want to provide class names and an object inside. And now here as key, we can set specific names, like for example, class grid cell, and as a value, we're providing true or false. This is why here we can remove this line, and now this code will generate for us a string calendar grid cell. It doesn't make any sense obviously, but we want to attach here several classes. And first of all, what I want to do, I want to highlight inactive dates of the month as gray, because here this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are not the part of the April, it is already May, but they are not highlighted. This is why here what we can do, we can write here calendar grid cell inactive, and as a value we can check that day of month dot month should not equal first day of active month dot month, which actually means we're checking that the day that we're rendering has not the same month as the month of current active month. Let's reload the page. As you can see now, these dates are grayed out because they don't belong to the current month. And additionally, we wanted to highlight our cell as active. This is why here let's write calendar grid cell active, and the value will be active day, and it can be null. This is why question mark dot to either date. We already used that, and we want to compare it with day of month dot to either date, which actually means we're getting two strings from these dates and we're comparing them. Let's have a look. As you can see, 19th is selected now because this is our active date. And the last feature that we're missing is this navigation. We need to go to previous, go to next, and go to today. This is why here on the top I want to create 3 additional functions. Let's create first of all go to previous month. And this is a function, and what we need to do here, we simply need to change this first day of the month to the previous one. So we can just call here a setter, set first day of the month, and we're providing inside first day of the month, this is our current month, dot minus, and inside we're providing an object with field month 1. And this will make -1 month, so we will have the 1st of March. If this React code looks complicated for you and you think that you are missing some React knowledge, I have a full course with React interview questions where I covered all knowledge of React that you need to know, and I will link it in the description box below, so don't forget to check it out. Now I want to copy-paste this function and create go to next month, and here we're doing exactly the same, but instead of minus we're doing plus. And the last one here will be go to today. So let's name it go to today. And instead of this logic, we will simply use here today. We already have this variable dot start of month. So our 3 functions are ready. We can simply call them on our controls. So here is our previous. We can just write on click, and here we're calling our function go to previous month. Now we can copy-paste this logic and write it inside next month. So here will be go to next. And the last one here on today, we can provide an on-click and write go to today. So our click handlers are there. Let's have a look. I will click previous, and as you can see we rendered March, and these are days of March. And here I am jumping to the next, and we're in the April again. Now I will change our month, for example for January, and I will click today. As you can see, we're in April again, and our 19th is still selected. Let's look on our initial project. Here is main tier 6, and as you can see, I use TypeScript for the whole application because this is a modern and safe way to write React application. And we start in our main tier 6. We've wrapped our app component with browser router because we're using React router to jump between pages. Additionally, here I imported global CSS. What is this? These are just some basic resets. And inside main tier 6 we're rendering our app. This is how it looks like. As you can see, it is not empty. So what is the idea? This is our application where we're rendering left sidebar and some routes. And all our routes are wrapped with the element main. And here we have 4 routes: dashboard, settings, pages, and products. This is how it looks on screen. It is completely empty. We see just left sidebar and main part. Why that? Left sidebar is this component. As you can see, it is completely empty, but I already injected here CSS because it is prepared. We won't focus on CSS here, only on React. Additionally, we have our main component, exactly the same drill. It is completely empty, and we have our main CSS. As you can see from the code, left sidebar is obviously on the left, and we are rendering routes because they are different on every single page. But every single route is wrapped with our layout, which is a main component. This is why it's a parent route for all these 4 routes. And dashboard, settings, pages, and products, these are just simple small components so we can jump between pages. They don't have any meaningful content. And the last thing to mention is that inside index.html I added here font awesome because we need icons inside our application. So first of all, let's start with our left sidebar. As you can see, it is completely empty. We want to render here on the left our sidebar with all our links. Which actually means first of all we need here to store all items which we want to render in the sidebar. It will be an array with objects inside. And as a bare minimum, we want here a router link. For example, this will be a home page, then an icon that we want to render. I will use here a home icon. And the label that we want to render, in our case it will be dashboard. This is enough information to render a link on the sidebar. Now I will do exactly the same for other pages. Here is products with a FA box open and label products, then pages with a FA file and label pages, and settings with a FA cog and label settings. Our items are ready, now we can write markup for our left sidebar. And here will be div with class name sideNav. Inside we will have a logo container, and here we need a button for the logo, because we can click on it. Here will be a class name logo with an icon inside. It will be a FA bars. After this we need the name of our application, so it will be div with class name logo text. It will be app in our case, but you can change it for your needs. And a close button with class name button close. And inside the button we will have an icon, FA times, and additionally close icon class. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered our icon to toggle a sidebar, the name of our application, and a cross. After this div, let's render a class named sideNavNav. And inside we need to loop through all our items to render a list. This is why let's map, and we're getting access to every single item. And here we want to return a markup. First of all, we must provide here a key because we're mapping our items. And we can use label because this is a unique string in this case. And we need to add a class name sideNavNav item. Inside the lib we want to render a link, and we're using here React Router DOM component link. And we need to provide first of all a class name inside, which will be sideNavNav link, and to. And to option means to what route we want to redirect a user. In our case, we can read it from item.routerLink. Inside our li, I want to render an icon with class name sideNavLink icon. And we also need here a span with our label. This is why here will be sideNavLink text. And inside we can render our item.label. Our markup is fully ready. Let's check this out. As you can see, we got our 4 links, dashboard, product, pages. We can even jump between pages because our routes are already there, but we're missing icons because here we didn't provide a specific icon. We need to add it here. But the main problem is that we want dynamically to add here a variable. Inside React, you can write it like this. It is an ECMAScript 6 string where inside you can just put space and then render a variable, for example, item.icon. This code will work. You can see in browser we're getting here icons, but this code is difficult to read and support because you might have different logic for variables and concatenation of the string is not easy to read. This is why the recommended approach is to install an additional package. I want to install here a package class names, which will help us in structuring this code. So here on the top, I want to import class names from class names. And now instead of this code that we wrote here, we can call a class names function and just provide inside an object. First key here will be sideNavLink icon, and the value will be true. It means that this class will be always there. And the second one will be item icon, and it will be also true. So this is how it looks like. Class names, as a result, will concatenate all these classes with its logic together. If here on the right is true, it will apply a class. If here you have false or some operation that returns false, the class won't be applied. And it is easier to read because we don't have weird concatenation of the string. As you can see in browser, it still works just like before, and we successfully rendered our labels and icons. Now we want to implement some logic regarding our sidebar. We need first of all to close it and also to toggle. How can we do that? We need to think about state in our application. We might store this property inside left sidebar, but what will happen if our main part, for example, that we're rendering here on the right, also need to know if our sidebar is closed or not? It makes a lot of sense to store the state inside app, because this is a parent component for our left sidebar and for the main. This is why here I want to create a useState hook with value is left sidebar collapsed, and it means that it is closed. We also need here a setter, set is left sidebar collapsed, and we're using here a useState hook, which is a boolean, and by default it will be false, which means by default our sidebar is opened. Now we can take this property and pass inside left sidebar. But as you can see, it is red, TypeScript screams, because we don't have such prop inside our left sidebar. This is why here on the top I want to create a type for all props of our left sidebar. Let's create here a type, left sidebar props, and we have here for now just is left sidebar collapsed, and this is a boolean. Now we can destructure our props and say that this is of type left sidebar props, and we can read is left sidebar collapsed. Now we know in what state our left sidebar must be, but by default it is true, and we need a possibility to close or toggle it. Let's first do close. Here is our close button, and I want here a non-click event, and I want to call a function close side nav. We don't have such function, so let's create it here on the top, and this is what will be called when we're closing our sidebar. So essentially this function must just call a callback to tell our parent component that sidebar must change its state, which actually means here on the top we can say that inside our prop we need change is left sidebar collapsed, and it will be a function with value is left sidebar collapsed, which is boolean, and this function will return void, which actually means this is our callback. We can read it here, and we must pass inside true or false. Now here our close side nav must be const, and inside we want to call change is left sidebar collapsed, and we simply provide inside false, which actually means this false is happening when we're clicking on cross, and then our parent will be notified because this is our callback. So let's jump back inside our app.ts. Now here it is screaming because inside left sidebar we didn't provide our callback. So we must provide here our callback, and this is just a function where we're getting our value. It is either true or false, and we want to call set is left sidebar collapsed and provide inside this value, which actually means it simply updates this state that we created before. And in order to check that it is working, I want to console log here our is left sidebar collapsed property. As you can see on initialize we're getting false. Now we're clicking on our cross and nothing changes, which means our code is wrong. Let's jump back to left sidebar, and here changes left sidebar collapsed must be set to true because we're closing the sidebar. Let's check again. I'm reloading the page, clicking on the cross, and we're getting here true, which means we successfully changed the state to true, and now our sidebar knows that it must be closed, but we didn't apply this closing state to markup yet. So the first thing that we need to apply is here a class for the closing state. And I want to do this also with class names. So let's create here sidebar classes by calling class names. And we need to provide first of all sideNav class, it is always there, but also sideNav collapsed. And this class will be only there when is left sidebar collapsed is set to true. This function will concatenate for us all our classes with logic, and we can apply them to our container. Let's check this out. Here is our sidebar. I'm clicking cross, and as you can see, it is toggled now. It is in the small state, but we have problems. As you can see, our labels are rendered and app with cross also, which means we must apply some logic to hide them on the closed state. First of all, let's fix our labels. As you can see here, we're rendering a label of the item always. We don't want that. We want to render it only when our sidebar is not collapsed. So let's write here, if it is not collapsed, then we want to render this span. As you can see now, it looks much cleaner, we see just icons. And in the similar way, we want to render this content only when we are not collapsed. In order to do that, we must wrap this content with fragment because we will write logic. So here will be, if it is not collapsed, then here we want to render these two elements. But as you can see, we're getting a JSX error. It must have just a single parent. This is why we can wrap this code with fragment from React. Let's check if it's working now. I'm reloading the page. As you can see, append cross is not rendered and we're on the close state. Now it is time to implement toggle collapse, so we can click on this icon and open our sidebar again. This is why here on the top, let's create a function toggle collapse, and we don't need here any arguments, and we just want to call change is left sidebar collapsed, and we're providing inside the inversed variable not is left sidebar collapsed. Now here on our logo, we can add a non-click event and call our toggle collapse function. Additionally, here we need to add an arrow key because this is an arrow function. Let's check in browser. I am clicking on it and it is toggling our sidebar. So we successfully finished our sidebar, but what about main part? We don't see main component at all. Let's jump to the main and it will be much simpler than our sidebar. Here I want to return markup. It will be just a single div with class body, and inside I want to render an outlet. And if you don't know what's outlet, this is a component from React Router DOM which allows us to render dynamic information based on the route. Let's have a look. We don't really see our main, but if I'm closing the sidebar, here it is. We can even jump between different URLs and it works just fine. The main problem is that this component is not visible when our sidebar is opened, which actually means we must apply different state based on the property is sidebar collapsed. This is why here inside main, I also want to define types. It will be our main props. And here we need is left sidebar collapsed. And it is a boolean. Now here we can use this property and destructure it inside our props and say that this is our main props. And now here we need a different class when our sidebar is collapsed. This is why here on the top, we can again import our class names function. And here let's prepare a list of classes. We're calling here a class name function. And first of all, we need here body class, which is always there. It is true. And additionally, just for testing, I want to apply body trimmed class and also set it to true. There is more logic to it and you will see it in a second. Now instead of this body, I can just apply classes so we can check if it's working. As you can see now on initialize, dashboard is on the right because this class was applied. But here is the problem. We want to return different class based on the screen width because we want to make it responsive. So additionally here in calculations, we need the screen width. This is why inside our app, I want to create one more state and it will be our screen width and set screen width. And we're using here useState and our screen width is a number and the default value we can read from window.innerWidth. Now we can pass this screen width inside our main component as well as our is left sidebar collapsed. As you can see, as of now, our main does not accept screen width. We must add it to our types. So let's create here screen width. This is mandatory and it's a number and we can read it from our props. Now we can apply our body trimmed class only when sidebar is not collapsed and our screen width is bigger than 768. Let's check this out. After page reload, we see our element because body trimmed class is applied. When I'm clicking cross here, we apply just body because main doesn't need margin now. So we finished our sidebar and main, but we can do one more twist with resizing, because essentially when we resize our page, it would be nice at some point to close our sidebar because it doesn't make any sense to see it opened. It takes too much place, and we can implement it inside our app component TS. So what I want to do here is to create a use effect, and as a second parameter we are providing no dependencies, so it will be done only once. And here we want a resize listener. This is why here window.add-event-listener. Here will be a resize event and we want some function, for example, update size. Now here I want to create this function update size, which will be called every single time when we're resizing. Additionally, here we want to call this function on initialize, and we also want to remove a listener when our component is destroyed. This is why here I am returning a function which does window remove event listener, and we're providing here resize and our update size function. Now when we're resizing the screen, we want to set a new screen width inside. This is why here set screen width, and we're just reading again window.innerWidth. And additionally here we might want to collapse our sidebar. This is why here let's check if our window.innerWidth is smaller than 768, then we want to set is left sidebar collapsed to true, which means we're closing it. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, the sidebar is there, I am starting to resize my screen, and at some point our sidebar will collapse exactly because of this code. How does it happen? We have a resize listener at the beginning, then this function is being called, we're setting a new screen width, and additionally we're closing our sidebar at some point. Now it is closed and it is looking beautiful. And actually the first thought that you for sure have, okay, I must use some library, for example React table, if I want to implement tables inside React. And actually maybe you need a library if you have lots of different tables and you don't want to write anything. But actually it is not that difficult to create a table on your own, and if you just need one table, it doesn't make a lot of sense to use a library. This is why here we will implement our users table, which will render our users not only just like plain data, but also by fetching from the API, plus we will additionally implement the filtering and sorting. So as you can see here, I have an empty React project, and inside source I just have main TS6 and app.js6. And if you are wondering why I have here not just JS, but JS6, this is because I am using Vite as a build tool. It doesn't really matter, you can use create React app, this is totally fine. So here we have our main component, and let's say that we are implementing our feature to render a table of users. This is why here I would create a new folder which is called users table, and inside it we must create a new component users table.js6. So let's create here our component which will be users table, and this is just component without any props, because typically it will be just a component for a single specific page. And here we want to export this component as a default. And the first thing that I want to do here is fetch our data from the backend. And actually here I already used JSON server to create a fake API. As you can see here, this is our API localhost 3004/users, and this is just an array of users with data that we want to render. It is ID, name and age. And if you don't know what is a JSON server, this is just a node package where we can create this db.json file which looks like this, and then we simply start it inside our console. So here I wrote JSON server watch db.json, and here is a port, and now we are getting fully functional API that we can use inside our application. With that being said, let's jump back inside our source users table component, and here we want to fetch our data and store them inside some property. This is why first of all here I want to create this property, and it will be users. So here we will use a useState hook. This is why we have our users and set users, and we're importing here useState from React. And on initialize we're setting our users to an empty array. Now we also need useEffect, because on our initialize of this component we want to fetch our users. This is why here we have a useEffect with round brackets, so we don't have any dependencies, and inside we want to fetch our data. So here I want to create a URL that we will fetch, and it will be http localhost 3004/users. So here inside fetch we are providing our URL, and we can write then to get our response, but we want to get it in a JSON format. This is why here we're calling rest.json, and then we do then again where we're getting our array of users. And now here we can set our users inside our state. For this we are calling set users with our users array. Let's check if it's working. I will simply write here console for our users, and now we must bind this users table inside our app component. So let's jump inside app component, and inside our app we want to add our users table component. And as you can see, it was auto imported from users table / users table. Now let's jump inside browser and here reload the page. And as you can see, here is our fetched array of users, and inside network, if we will filter it by fetch requests, we can see here our request, this is get, to get our users from the backend. So our data is there, now we must render our table. This is why here after use effect, I want simply to return some markup. But the main idea is that we need to split it to several components so we can support it better. This is why here I will just create a div, and after this I will just write a placeholder for search bar. This is something that we will implement later. After this we have our table, and this is just a normal HTML table. And inside this table I want to have first of all header and secondly columns. So let's create our header first. This is why here let's add a new component which is called header, and I won't provide anything here for now. Now here on the top I want to create our header component, and we could actually create an additional file for just this header, but we don't have such a huge component. This is why I will write all these components inside a single file. So what do we render inside header? For sure we're rendering the head. This is why here let's return this markup, and here we will have the head. Let's close it, and inside we have our row. And inside our row we want to render every single cell. But for this we must define what columns we have at all. We didn't define it yet. This is why here inside our users table I want to create something like columns. And actually this is an array just with strings where we're defining our columns. If we're talking about users data, we have ID, then name, and then age. And we can provide these columns inside our header component. This is why here let's add these columns as a props, and now we can destructure them here on the top inside our header. So our columns are there. Now inside our tr we can simply map through our columns and render every single header cell. This is why here let's write columns, and we're mapping through them, and we get access to every single column, and now we can simply render here th with our column. And we also should not forget to write here a key, which will be just our column because it is unique. As you can see in browser, our headline is there, but actually we can style it a little bit better. This is why here I want to create users table.css and provide some styles for our users table. First of all, here let's create a users table class, and here we can simply set first of all table layout fixed and also width 100%. And the last one will be here border collapse. Now let's apply these styles. I want to jump back inside our file, and here we can import the CSS from our file users table CSS. Now here on our table we can apply our class name that we just created, and it was users table. As you can see in browser, our table has full width, but actually our header is not styled at all, and we can't see our table. This is why here for our th I want also to create a class name, and let's name it users table cell. Let's jump back to our CSS file and create here this users table cell. So first of all here I want to have a border. This is 1 pixel solid with this color. Also we want to use text align and put it to the left, and also a small padding, for example 8 pixels. As you can see in browser, now every single cell is correctly styled and we're good to go. Now let's render our body. This is why here after our header we can create a new component, and for example we can name it content. And actually here we must provide both our columns and our data. So we have our data inside users, but here I want to name it entries so we understand better what we're talking about inside the component. In our case it will be users, and now we will also provide here our columns that we just created. Now let's create this content component also in this file. So this is our new component which is called content, and we're getting here 2 parameters. First of all it is entries, and secondly columns. Now here let's return our markup. So what we have here is our t-body, and inside we want to generate a row for every single entry. This is why here we're mapping through our entries, and this is an array, and we're getting access to every single entry. Now here we want to return a row. This is why here we have tr, and we also must provide here a unique key because we are inside map, and actually our entry.id is completely unique. Now inside our tr we want to create cells for this row, and actually for this we can use our columns because for every single column we want to render a cell. This is why here we can map through our columns, and we're getting access to every single column, and here we want to return our cell. So this is why here we're using td, and here we must also provide a key, and it must be unique. So here we have our column, and inside this td we can render the name of our entry. This is why here we simply write entry column. And in this case here we're rendering the information from our object. So here we have some user, this is an entry, and here we're reading a property from this user. In this case here we're mapping through our columns, and we should not create a lot of TDs just to fill our row. But also additionally we want to use the same class name like on the top. This is why here we're creating here users table cell. Let's check if it's working. I will reload the page, and voila, we have a really nice table. So we have here our headline and all our rows. And additionally, our component is fully asynchronous, and it is getting this data from the backend. But actually we can do it even better. We can implement, for example, sorting. It is not that difficult. Here we must talk about our header, because we must implement quite a lot of logic regarding sorting. But the first step to start here is to create a new state. For now we just talk about data, but it is not enough. We also need to store sorting inside our users table. This is why here let's create a new property, and let's name it sorting and set sorting. And here let's use useStateHook, and inside we must provide some default sorting. And inside sorting we will store two properties. First of all, the column, this is what we are sorting. For example, by default it will be ID, and here is an order, and by default we will have ascending, which actually means we have sorting always, we never have unsorted table, and this is much easier to do. Now that we have our sorting, we can render arrows inside our table, inside header cells, and highlight them properly. But for this, inside our header, we must provide sorting property, which is our state. Now here inside our header, we're getting our sorting property, and we can use it. But actually, I would say that we will write quite a lot of logic for every single cell. This is why here I want to create an additional component, and we can name it header cell. And what we're getting here first of all is a column, because we must know what to render, and secondly our sorting. Now here let's write return, and I want to move the whole th inside our header cell, and instead here I want to render our new component header cell, where we're providing first of all our column. This is just our column, then sorting. We'll also have it here, and the last one is of course key. Our key will be a column. So as you can see in browser, nothing really changed, but we created a sorting and we moved the logic of every single cell inside header in additional component. What we want to do now, we want to highlight sorting. This is why here after our column I want to render a span, and actually we will have two of them. First of all, we will write here an arrow down, and secondly we will write here an arrow up. But we also need additional logic, because we only need to render this arrow down when this current column is sorting and it is descending, and we have an arrow up when this current column is sorted and it is ascending. This is why here we must implement this logic. It will be, for example, is descending sorting, and we're rendering this span, and we also have here is ascending sorting, and we have another span. Now here on the top we must write this logic. So what is descending sorting? First of all, we're checking our sorting column. So the column inside sorting must equal the column that we're rendering. And the order also must be correct. Here sorting.order must equal descending. Now we must do exactly the same but for ascending. So here is ascending sorting. We're checking our sorting column. This is exactly the same, but order is ascending. Let's check if it's working. I will reload the page, and now here we're getting our symbol of sorting, because by default we're getting the sorted ID, which is ascending. But here we can't really change our sorting, and this is the problem. This is why here inside our users table I want to create a new function, and we can name it sort table. What this function is doing, it essentially simply sets a sorting. So here inside we can simply call set sorting, and we must provide new sorting here. This is why here I would say that we are getting new sorting and we are providing it inside. Most importantly is we must use this function and provide it inside our header. This is essentially our callback. So here we have sort table, and we know that our header is getting now a new callback sort table that we can use. But the point is that we will have our click inside header cell. This is why we must provide sort table inside our header cell component. Now here we can apply onClick event. And inside onClick we want to simply call our sorting of the table. This is why here first of all we are getting sort table inside props, and here we need to call it. So we are calling sort table, and we must provide here a correct sorting. So what we are sorting here, first of all we are getting our column, and secondly we must provide a correct order. But the problem is we don't have this property, we must calculate it. This is why here let's create it like future sorting order, because it is the order which will be next. This is not our current order. And here let's create this property, and we simply are checking, okay, do we have descending sorting now? If yes, then we want to set a future order to ascending. In other case we are setting it to descending. Let's check if it's working. I will reload the page. By default it is sorted ascending. Now I am clicking here and it is directly sorted descending. And yes, sure, we didn't refetch our data, but actually it is working correctly, because here we can set our order. And actually I can even click name, and then we're setting order here. Now the main problem that we have, we must also adjust our API, because here we simply fetch just a single URL and it doesn't have any parameters. So here I want to provide a sorting, and this is totally fine to provide it even on initialize. This is why here !_sort, and we are providing here our sorting column. This is why here sorting.column. And we must also provide here our order. This is why here we have _order, and this is the variable sorting.order. And as I have here escaped properties, I must also use another string from ECMAScript 6. This is totally fine, but the problem is we don't refetch our API every single time when we change our order. And we can easily apply this logic just simply by updating this dependency array. We can provide here our sorting. This is why every single time when we are changing this property, this sorting, our use effect will be triggered again with the new sorting, and we will refetch our data. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, and here by default we have 1 to 3. Now I'm resorting it by ID, and we're getting 3 to 1. And actually this is updated information from the backend. This is nothing that we're storing on the client or sorting on the client. And this is extremely important, because if you have 10,000 elements inside your API, it doesn't make a lot of sense to sort them on the client. It is simply not fast enough. As you can see, our sorting is functioning correctly, and now we're simply missing a filter functionality. This is why here on the top we have our search bar, and the idea is that we will type something there, then hit enter, and our table will be filtered. For this we must create a new component here, and we can name it, for example, search bar, and here we must provide a callback, so search table. And actually this will be a function which will trigger our API call again. And here we can provide a function search table. So let's create this function now. Here we have search table, and we know that we're getting a search string from our input. This is why here let's just write search value. And actually the question is what we will update, and we want to store this search value also inside our state. This is why here let's create search value and set search value. And here we have our use state, and by default it is just an empty string. Now what we are doing inside this function is just setting this search value. This is why here set search value, and we are providing inside our new search value. This is why it is better to write here word new, so we don't have name collision. As you can see, we are setting search value, but we don't use it. The main idea is that we can provide search value now here together with our sorting, and our use effect will be triggered. This is why here let's write search value, And now we can also use it inside our API. This is why here I can simply write and we have name like, which actually means we want to filter by name field. And here we're searching by search name. The main idea is that by default it is an empty string. This is why it is totally fine to search like this. It won't filter anything by default. So we're fully ready from the outside. Now we must create this search bar component. And inside this file, I want to simply create this search bar, and this is just a form with a single input. So here inside we can destructure our callback search table, and let's return some markup. So here I want to write a div with class name, so we have at least some margin, and let's name it, for example, search bar. And I want inside our CSS to just create a class search bar with margin bottom, let's say 20 pixels. Now inside this div I want to write a form. And actually we need a form because we want to call our callback only after submitting it, not just after changing an input. This is why here we have onSubmit, and here we will simply call our search table. And here we can create a function submit form. Now let's create this function here. It is just getting an event, and inside we first of all are doing event prevent default, and after this we want to call our callback, and this is search table. And we must provide inside a value from our input. We don't have this yet. So here let's create an input with type text, placeholder search, and the value, and we don't have a value, which actually means here inside our component search bar we must create a search value, and it is not the same value as outside. This is just for this specific input. This is why here let's create our search value and set search value, and this is just to use state with an empty string. Now here inside our input we can provide a value, and it will be our search value, and onChange function. And inside onChange function we are getting our event, and we can call here setSearchValue, where we're providing event.target.value. So actually our search bar is just a simple form with a single input like we typically write inside React. The most important point that this is an internal state, and only when we're submitting a form we're calling this callback search table, and we're providing inside this search value from this component. And then inside our users table, the search table is being called, this is this function, and here we simply update our state outside, and we have this state just so our use effect is triggered again. Let's check if it's working. We don't have any errors. Here is our search. I can just type, for example, Jack, and I'm hitting enter. And as you can see, we just have a Jack. The main point is we submitted our form and our use effect was triggered again. What is nice, we can write here, for example, my, and we're getting Mike, which actually means it is working like include and not like equals. Here I have generated Create React App project. As you can see, it is completely empty. I just have here app.js, this is our empty app component, and here my index.js. I don't have anything special here. The only important part is import index CSS here. And actually I already prepared CSS for our whole project. So we should not care about writing any CSS, we will simply use classes from this file. And you should not just retype it from the screen. I will link the whole source code in the description box below, so you can take this file from there. Other than that, I have just a single file, API.js, and actually this file will help us to emulate working with real API, because every single method in this file will return promise for us, exactly like real API will do. And now it's time to talk about correct format, how we will get our comments from backend. And actually there are two possibilities here. You can get nested comments, like for example you have a parent and then replies inside, which means you simply throw this data inside your component and render it with map. But actually this way is problematic because you can't control it or change how you want. The second possibility is to get flat data, and my recommendation is always to get comments in a flat way. As you can see here, we have a function getComments, and this is exactly how I am getting comments from the backend. So this is the array of objects, these are our comments, and they are completely flat. And here inside every comment we have an ID, body, this is our text, username, so we can render the author of this comment, user ID. This is super important for us because we must know who created this comment. Then we can compare current user ID with this user ID to know if we are allowed to modify this comment or remove it. And also we need here parent ID. And this is exactly the property which solves for us nesting. So parent ID null means that this is our root comment. And now here on the bottom I have parent ID 1, which means this comment with ID 3 belongs to our comment, first comment, because ID 1 is here, which actually means that we must read the structure and build comments in the way how we want to render them. So now let's start with creating our components. And actually we are making the whole feature comments. This is why here inside source I want to create additional folder and name it comments. Now inside I want to create 3 different components. First of all is a component for the list. Our second component is a single comment. And the last component that we need is our comment form. Let's create them now. This is why I want to copy the content of our app.js, because actually we need the same structure in every component. This is why I'm jumping back inside comments, and let's create here our comments.js, and it will be our list. And I'm pasting everything here. We can simply name it comments, and inside div we can render comments, and now export default comments. And now we need to copy this component and create next component, and it will be single comment. This is why here will be comment.js. I'm pasting everything inside and just renaming it to comment. Now I will copy it again and create the last component, and it will be our comment form.js. And let's paste everything here and just rename it to comment form. Here will be text comment form, and let's export it here like comment form. Now we need to render our list of comments inside our app component. This is why I am jumping inside app, and here I need to import on the top our comments component from, and here will be our comments feature / comments file. Now under our h1 we can render our comments, and the question is what we need to pass inside. And actually there is one important thing. This is current user ID. So actually only people who are logged in can leave comments for us. This is why we must know current user ID. And normally you are fetching it from the backend, or maybe backend is rendering inside window for you current user ID. We don't have such logic. This is why here, just for the sake of testing, I will pass inside current user ID. And here let's say it is 1. In this case we can compare this current user ID with user ID inside every comment. But obviously inside real application you won't have here static data, but you will get the ID, for example, from window or from the API request. Now let's check if everything is working. I'm jumping to browser, and as you can see here is our comments, which means our component was successfully rendered. Now let's open our comments component. And actually here we first of all need to fetch our comments. And here also we need to pass inside props our current user ID, which we passed from our parent. And here we need the state where we will store all our comments that we are getting from the backend. This is why here I will create a variable for backend comments, and here we need a setter set backend comments. And here we will use useState hook. This is the standard stuff from React, which help us to create state inside our components. And actually by default we will have here an empty array, because by default we don't have any data and our backend comments are blank. Now we need here to add useEffect. Why we need useEffect? Because we want to fetch data, and this is a side effect. This is why all work with API we are always writing inside useEffect. And here as a second parameter I am providing an empty array. It means that this useEffect will be triggered only once after mounting the component. Now here inside we can write any asynchronous code. It can be, for example, fetch from our API, but in our case we want to use a function from our API.js helper. This is why here on the top we can write here import get comments from, and here will be 2 dots /API. But actually I want to name all these functions from API with API postfix. This is why here we can use as and write get comments API. In this case we know, okay, this function is exactly to work with API. Now we can jump inside our use effect and write here get comments. And actually get comments API is returning for us a promise. This is why here we can write then, and we're getting back data, which will be the array of our backend comments. This is why here inside on success we can set with set a backend comments our data that we got from the backend. And now let's console log our backend comments and check if it's working at all. So here we have console log backend comments, and now let's jump inside browser and reload the page. As you can see, by default our backend comments are empty, and then after fetch we're getting 4 comments. And this is exactly our flat array that we're getting from our API and storing inside our comments. The next step is to write markup for our comments. This is why we can remove here return and write normal markup. So here we will have our div with class name, and here will be comments. And actually all this CSS is prepared for you inside source folder, so don't forget to import it. So here we have our div class comments, and inside this div we have our h3 with class name, and here will be comments dash title, and here inside we're writing word comments. After this we have our container for the list of comments. This is why here class name comments dash container. And let's close this div, and inside we want to map through our comments, but actually we are getting here flat array of all our comments, and some of these comments are actually replies. So here first of all we must get our root comments and then render their replies. This is why here I want to create new variable root comments. And actually it is really simple to get our root comments. These are all comments where parent ID equals null, which means they don't have parent ID. And here we are taking our backend comments filter, and we want to filter them by this predicate. This is why here we have access to backend comment, and we just check that backend comment dot parent ID equals null. In this case we know that this is our root comment. And now here inside our div we can map through our root comments. This is why here we simply write root comments.map, and we get access to each of our root comments. And now inside we can return some markup for this root comment, for example div, and just simple text inside, for example root comment dot body, because we know body is our text. And let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. We're getting an error, actually a warning that we didn't provide a key, but as you can see here 2 comments were rendered, because actually we just have 2 root comments. So everything is working fine, we just need to fix this key. And if you don't know inside React, we always must provide a unique key when we have a map. This is why here we have a map, and here is our div. And here we must have a unique key. In this case, React can render it correctly and re-render when we change an array. This is why here we must provide root comment.id. Why ID? Because actually ID of the comment is always unique. And the wrong way here would be to use an index, because if we remove the comment, then the indexes are wrong and React can't render our comments correctly. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, we don't have any errors, and here are our comments, first comment and second comment. Now we actually need to render the whole comment inside additional component. This is why here we don't need to use div, but we want to use our additional component comment and provide inside first of all key, because in other case React will scream, and secondly we want to provide here the comment. And here we can write directly root comment, because we need to access the whole comment inside our comment component. And now we can remove this div, we don't need it anymore, but we must import here our comment. This is why here on the top I am importing our comment component from, and here will be comment component. Now let's open this component. As you can see we don't have anything here, but now we know that inside props we always are getting our comment. And actually now we don't have any state here, we can simply return some markup. This is why here let's return. We have here div with class name, and here will be comment. Let's close this div, and inside first div we will have one more div with an image. And actually for this project I already prepared an image of a user. This is why here we can jump inside root directory public, and here I have an image user icon.png. So you can also take it from source code in the description box below. And this is why here we can write div class name, and here will be our image. So here will be comment, image, container. And inside this div, we will have our image. This is why here we are writing image, source, and here we have slash user-icon.png. And I will close here this image. Now after this, we need to write div class name, and here will be class comment-write-part. Let's close this div, and inside we will have first of all our comment content. This is why here comment content. Let's close this div, and inside our content we will render first of all the author. This is why here we will have div class name comment author, and here inside we simply render information from the comment that we passed. This is why here is comment.username, and we are getting this information inside our every comment. And after this we need one more div to render created at, and we don't need any class here, but just to render comment.created at. And after our comment content we want to render our body. This is why here we can write div class name, here we have our comment text. Let's close this div, and inside we want to write comment.body. And actually this was the whole markup for our comment. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, these are our comments. So we successfully fetched our comments and rendered each of them with additional component. Our next step is to render our replies. How we can do it? Actually, as you can see in comment, we have access only to the comment. We don't have access to replies, and we don't have access to our full root comments. This is why we need to jump directly inside comments and here somehow pass inside comments our replies. And actually we can't really calculate it before here because we have a lot of root comments, which means we must calculate it on the fly. And for this I want to create here a new function which will return replies for specific comment. This is why here we can create getReplies function, and here we are getting comment ID. And comment ID for us is the unique identifier of our parent. This is why we can simply take our backend comments and find all replies of our current comment. This is why here inside I want to return our backend comments and we have access from them on the top. This is our state, and here I want to do filter. And inside I have our backend comment, and I want to check if backend comment dot parent ID, so our parent, equals comment ID. In this case we are getting the array of our replies, but it's not all because we want to sort them ascending. What does it mean? Actually, normally when we see all our comments, we want new comments to be on the top. This is really easy to do, and this makes a lot of sense because we will have our form on the top, then we are hitting submit, and here we see our new comment. But when we are working with replies, it must be inverted. Why is that? Because actually in replies we want to see new comments on the bottom. Let's check this out. What I need to do here is to make sort. And actually here we can use plain JavaScript sort. So here we have A and B as an arguments, and I want to check here for created at. But actually, as you can see here inside the API, we're getting our created at attribute as an ISO string. And this is totally fine because this is standard format, how you are getting dates from the backend. The main point is that here we need to convert it from string to JavaScript date. This is why here we need to write new date, and we are passing inside a.createdAt. This is the property that we compare, and here we need to convert it in milliseconds to compare. This is why here we can use getTime. And as you can see, this function returns our time value in milliseconds. And after this we need to write minus new date, and here we have our b.createdAt.getTime. And this single line will sort our replies in ascending order. Now we can simply use this function when we are passing replies inside our comment. So what I want to do here is to pass new property replies. And here we can call a function. This is why here we need brackets, and then we are calling our getReplies function, and we are passing inside root comment.id. So actually here we are calculating replies on the fly every single time when we are rendering our comment. And sure, it can be not that performant if you have like 1000 comments on the page, but normally in small or medium application you won't have that many comments. If you have really a lot of comments, I highly recommend you to think about lazy loading. Now we can jump inside our comment component, and we know that now we are getting here our replies on our comment. Now, after our comment text here, we want to render our list of replies. So we know that replies is an array and it can be empty array, then we should not render anything. This is why here I want to check, okay, if our length bigger than 0, only then we want to render our markup, because in other case we will have some empty containers. This is why here I put and here is our markup for our replies. So here we have our div class name, and here we have replies class. Let's close this div, and inside we must render our replies. So here we have our replies.map, and here we're getting each reply. And for each reply we want to render some markup. And actually our reply is a comment, which means we are rendering our comments recursively. This is why here I can call our comment and close it here. And now we must provide first of all our comment inside. And actually comment that we want to render will be our reply. This is why here I am writing comment equals reply. We also must provide inside a key property because we are inside our map. And inside key we can simply say reply.id because all our replies are comments and they are unique by default. And last but not least is we need to pass inside our replies. And here I want to write replies equals, and here will be empty array. And this is extremely important because we're saying, okay, our replies can't have any nested comments. And this is really important for performance because in this case, first of all, you don't need to write a lot of logic. And secondly, you won't have performance problems or problems with rendering or with UI because we simply have two levels of our comments and not more. Now let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see here, we're getting our replies. So actually this means that first of all we rendered all our root comments, and after this for each comment we got from our flat array our replies, and we rendered these replies. Our next step is to build our comment form correctly. Let's jump inside our comments, and here on the top we must render our comment form. But first of all here we must write one more div where inside we will have text regarding our comment form. And here will be our comment form title. Let's close this div, and inside let's write comment. And after this we have our comment form. So actually here we can call our comment form, and the question is what we need to provide inside. And actually our comment form will be super reusable. First of all, we will create new comments with it. Secondly, we will create replies with it. And third, we will edit comments with it. This is why we must provide some configuration. At least we need to provide here submit label, because we will have different label, for example, for edit and for creating our comment. This is why here I will write submit label, for example, write. And after this we also need handle submit, and this will be our handler when we submit the form, which actually means our comment form will be completely stateless. Yes, it will have internal state for our body, but actually it will just give inside props on the top our submit, and then our parent will do the job. This is why here we are creating handle submit, and let's name this function add comment. And now here on the top we must create this function. This is why let's create here a new function add comment, and here we will get two things. First of all it will be text, and secondly parent ID. With text I think it is clear, our comment form must say what we typed inside. But actually we also must provide a parent ID for later, because actually when we are doing a reply, this means that we are creating the comment which is a child of another comment, which means our comment form must say for us, okay, here is the parent ID where we want to create the comment. But you will see it a little bit later. But for now we created it here just to remember that we need to implement it. And here I will simply write console log add comment, and here we are getting text and our parent ID. Now we also need to import our comment form here on the top. So let's add it here. We have our comment form from, and here is our comment form component. Now let's jump inside comment form, and we know that we're getting here two new props. First of all, it is handle submit, and secondly it is submit label that we just created. Now inside we must create some state where we will store our text that we are typing. This is why here we can create a state for our text, and we need here setter set text. And we're using here useStateHook, and as a default value here we will have an empty string. Now let's write our markup. So here we need to return a form, because actually our comment form is a real form that we want to submit. This is why here we have form and here we have onSubmit function. And actually here we want to create additional onSubmit function so we can at least do even prevent default. This is why here on the top I will create onSubmit function, and here we're getting our event. So what we want to do inside is first of all event.prevent default, so our form won't be submitted by default, and secondly we want to call our handle submit. This is what we provided from outside, so this is our callback, and inside we will give our text that we have here as a state. Now let's close our form here and write inside our markup. So here we need a text area with our class name, and here will be comment form text area, and after this we need a value, and actually our value will be our text. And after this we need also onChange event. So when we are changing our form, we will get event here, and we want to call setText and provide inside event.target.value. In this case, our value inside text area will be synced with our state. Let's close our text area, and after this we must create a button to submit our form. This is why here let's create a button with class name, and here will be comment form button, and inside we want to render our submit label. This is why here we can simply call submit label property. And we actually don't need any submit event here, because this button has type submit by default, and here it will be submitted through our form. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, we don't have any errors. Here is our right comment form, and here is our right word on submit label, which actually means that this value we passed from the outside, and actually our form is already working. So here I'm clicking right, and as you can see we are getting an error. Handle submit is not a function. Let's check this out. Actually here we have handle submit from outside, which means it is broken in outside. And as you can see, here is our comment form, and here I am passing at comment. And as you can see, this is a string and not a value. And actually we need to use here brackets, so we pass here value by reference and not just a plain string. Let's reload the page, type something and hit write. And as you can see, we don't have any errors, and here we're getting our console log at comment, and here is our state. And of course parent ID is undefined because we didn't pass it yet. The next thing that I want to fix is first of all cleaning our text area. And actually this is really simple to fix. First of all we must jump inside our onSubmit, and after our handle submit we want to call our setText and provide here an empty string. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, typing something, write, and as you can see our text area is empty. The second thing that I want to do here is disable a button when we don't have any text. And this is also simple. We can create here additional property is text area disabled. And actually this property will be calculated based on our text. This is why here we can write text length equals 0. This means if our text is 0, this property will be in true. Now we just need to add disabled property on our button. This is why here I want to add disabled and write here that we need to listen to is text area disabled. In this case we will disable our button if we don't have any text. Let's check this out. As you can see our button is disabled by default. Now we're typing something and we can hit write. And the last thing that I want to fix in our comment is working with API. And actually let's jump inside our comments and check our add comment function. And actually as you can see I have here helpers of API, and here I have a function create comment. And as you can see this is a mock function obviously, this is a sync function, and we're getting here text and parent ID and return here a new comment. And here we're generating unique ID, then we're passing inside body, parent ID created at, and so on. Obviously, in a real application, you will get this information from backend when it inserts this new record in the database. The most important part here that you should never pass to your API current user ID. Your backend needs to know by itself with what user you are logged in. This is why this you only need to get from the backend but not provide. This is why for backend we are providing only text and parent ID. Now here on the top we must import this function. This is why here create comment, and I also want to rename it to create comment API. Now inside our add comment we can simply work with this function like with the function which returns the promise, which means this is exactly like API request. This is why here we can write create comment API, and here we must provide first of all text and secondly parent ID. And we know that this function will return for us a promise. This is why here we can write then, and we are getting back a comment that was created. And after this we must modify our array of comments inside state. For this we can write set backend comments, and here we must provide a new array. So actually we want our new comment to be at the beginning. This is why here will be our new comment, and after this I am spreading our backend comments that we already have. Let's check this out. I am saving it and reloading the page. As you can see here we have first comment. Now here I am typing something and click write. And as you can see, here is our new comment, which was rendered after our promise was successfully fulfilled. Let's try once again. I'm typing something, hit and write, and as you can see, our comment is there. Now it's time to render our action buttons under each comment. And actually we have 3 of them. It is reply, edit, and delete. So actually after our comment body, we want to create new div with class name comment actions. Now inside we need 3 additional divs with different text. So here we will have div with class name, and here will be comment action, and inside we want to render our text and it will be reply. We also can copy paste this 2 times, and here after reply will be edit, and after it will be delete. Let's check this out, how it looks like. I am reloading the page, and here are our 3 buttons, reply, edit, and delete, and we rendered them in every comment. But we can't just render them like this, because actually now we rendered action buttons for every comment, and we have comments with different users, which actually means we can manage these buttons only with our current user when our current user is an author of the comment, and we need to check it. How we can do it? Actually here, as you can see inside our app, we passed inside comments current user ID, and this information we're getting from somewhere outside. The main point is that inside our comments, we must give this information in every single comment. This is why here I want to create new props, and let's name it current user ID, and we simply pass here current user ID. And as you can see here on the top, we are getting from props inside comments current user ID. And now inside comment we are getting as a prop our current user ID that we can use. And actually here I want to create 3 different properties: can reply, can edit, and can delete. Because actually can reply means that we are logged in, which means we have current user ID. In our case, of course, because it is mocked, it will be always there. But in real website, if you are not logged in, then your current user ID is null. Which means here we can write, for example, can reply property, and we can calculate it just by taking boolean and writing inside current user ID, which means this can reply will be boolean based on our current user ID. If it's for example null, then we're getting false. If we have an ID, then it will be true. The next thing is can edit. Actually here I want to create can edit, and here we want to compare our current user ID and our comment.userID. And this is exactly why we need this user ID inside comment, to compare this and know if we can edit this comment or not. But actually it's not all, we can do better. I really like to disable editing and deleting comments after 5 minutes after comment was created, because if somebody wants to change it, then he can do it on the spot. And after some time we don't want to allow editing of the comments to not lose the context. This is why here we can create additional property, 5 minutes. And here I will write 3 and 5 zeros. And actually this is 5 minutes. And after this we can create new property time passed. This is the amount of time that passed after comment was created. So what I want here is take new date, and new date means now minus new date, and here inside I want to pass comment.createdAt. So basically the time when comment was created. And here we're comparing that it is bigger than 5 minutes, which actually means that here we will get our boolean, and either it is bigger than 5 minutes, then time passed and it is true, or it is less and we can edit our comment. This is why here inside can edit, we can also add additional property and check here if it's not time passed. In this case, it means even when we are an author, we are checking for this time passed, and if 5 minutes already passed, then we don't allow to manage this comment. And now we need to do the same with can delete, and actually it will have the same logic. So here current user ID equals comment.userid, and here we have and time passed. And actually here we might create just a single property can manage, but I will create 2 of them in case we have different logic later. Now we need to wrap each of our divs with some logic. This is why here we have reply, we are just writing can reply, and here will be our div. After this we are writing the same for can edit, and here we will have our markup with div. And the last one here will be delete. This is why here can delete, and here is our markup. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see we don't have any buttons here, we have just a reply. And actually this is happening because 5 minutes already passed and we are not allowed to manage these comments. And here when we create new comment, we have directly these buttons and they are available for us. And here we have one small problem. As you can see in the first comment we have reply button, but on the second level we don't have any buttons at all. And this is happening because we didn't provide inside our replies enough information. As you can see here, we need to provide in our comment, replies, and current user ID. And here we just passed comment and replies. So we must add here current user ID equals current user ID, which actually means in every single reply we must provide the same information as inside our comment. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, and here is our reply button. And one more small thing that I want to improve is our created ad. As you can see, it doesn't look good and not UI friendly. This is why here on the top we can create additional property, and let's name it created ad. And here we can simply call new date and pass inside our comment .created ad, and after this to locale date string. In this case we will see just a beautiful date. Now we need to change this comment.created ad to just property created ad. As you can see in browser, it is looking much better now. Now let's implement the easiest of our 3 actions, and this is delete. So actually here we have our div with delete, and here we need to add onClick event, because when we're clicking we want to delete our comment. So what we want to do here, we want to call delete comment method and pass inside the ID of the comment that we want to delete. And actually this means that this is our callback from parent, what we want to call. This is why here we are passing comment.id. In this case we know in parent what comment we need to remove. This is why here we can add this delete comment in our props on the top, because now this is a mandatory prop. Now we need to jump to parent and add here inside our comment this delete comment. And I'm pasting here delete comment also. And just to remind you, we should not forget to add this delete comment to our replies, because as you can see here, this is also a comment and we must provide here delete comment function also. And now inside our comments we must create an additional function like we did with add comment. So here will be our delete comment, and here we just get comment ID. Now we need to import our helper to delete comment. This is why here on the top I will import delete comment as delete comment API. And now we can use this method. We don't need anything from it, but I want to add confirmation first. This is why I will write here if window.confirm, and here we are passing some message. For example, are you sure that you want to remove comment? And if the user clicked yes, then we want to call our API. This is why here we are writing delete comment API and we are passing inside our comment ID that we want to remove. Then we are waiting for our success and we don't need any response, we just need to know that it was successful, and here we need to update the list of our backend comments. This is why here we can create updated backend comments, and we want to remove the comment with this comment ID. And for this we can use filter. This is why here we can write backend comments dot filter, and here we're getting each backend comment, and we just need to write a condition where our backend comment dot id does not equal our comment id that we have here. In this case we will leave all our backend comments except of this comment id. And after this we must call our set backend comments function and just provide inside updated backend comments. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page. We must create a new comment here because we need to manage it, and here we have a delete. Now I'm hitting delete, and as you can see we have this nice pop-up. Are you sure that you want to remove comment? I'm clicking OK, and this comment is gone, which means we successfully implemented deleting of the comment. Our next step will be to implement reply and editing, and for them we need the same logic. We need to store somewhere our active comment. What does word active means? Active means that we are in replying state or we are inside editing state. So what is my idea? Here we have our comments component, and here on the top we can create a new state, and let's name it active comment, and here will be our set active comment. And here we're using our useState, and by default it is null. So my idea that we have two different objects when we have an active comment. We either have an object with type, and here will be, for example, editing, and then we need the ID. So ID of the comment will be, for example, 1. This is the first case. The second case that we are in reply state, and then we have type, for example, replying, and the ID will be 1. In this case, we know on what comment we are replying now. So this is the idea, but this information we need inside our comment component. First of all, we need to provide here our active comment, and here I will just put active comment, and the next one will be set active comment. And here we pass in our setter, which actually means inside we can call the function and set there whatever we want, and we will change the state of our parent. Now let's jump inside our comment component, and here on the top we need our active comment and also a setter for active comment. And what we want to do now, we have here our reply button, and here we need onClick event. This is why here let's write our onClick, and here we want to make a set. So we need to call our setActiveComment, and here we need to create a correct object. First of all, here we need an ID, and this is our comment.id, and secondly we need a type, and our type will be replying. So when we're hitting on reply button, we're setting our state, our active comment, to this object. So everywhere we know the ID and our type. And actually we can directly do exactly the same with our edit button. So I will copy paste completely this on click because it will be exactly the same. And here we can paste it inside our div, and we just need to change here type from replying to editing. In this case we are activating our editing mode, and we still must provide inside our ID comment ID. The next thing that we need to do is to render our replying form, which actually means we must render it only when we have an active comment and the type is replying like we set it here. So let's go here to the line where we have replies length and we're rendering replies, and before we can write here logic. So here if we have a property is replying, and I will create this property in a second, then we want to render our form. And actually what is our form? This is our normal comment form, and we already tuned it, so we can call here submit label and write here reply, so we change our button, and here will be our handle submit. And here we have our function, and we want to call here add comment. But actually inside we must provide not only text, but also parent ID. Why parent ID? Because we are replying on some comment, and our backend must know where we want to put this comment. This is why first of all here we are passing our text, and secondly our reply ID. So once again, this code will work only when is replying property is there, and we will create it in a second. And here we are using our comment form, which is just our normal stateless comment form. And inside we are passing our submit label and handle submit. And on handle submit we are calling our standard normal add comment that we already did here. The main difference here is that we are providing not only text, but also reply ID. So the first question, what is replying property? And let's create it here on the top. So we can create is replying, and we know that it means that we have our active comment and active comment.type equals replying. And it's not all, we also need to check our ID. This is why here will be and here we need to check activeComment.id equals our comment.id. In this case, we know specific comment where we need to render our comment form. And we can do exactly the same with isEditing property. So we need it also for later. This is why here I will create isEditing. We have here active comment, type equals editing, and ID equals comment ID. And the last thing here will be our reply ID. And actually we already used it there on the bottom, and it was our parent ID. But actually I won't write here comment.parent ID. It makes sense actually, but not for nested comments. We always want to have only two levels of our comments, root level and the next level. This is why here I will write, if we have parent ID, then I want to put here parent ID. And if we don't have parent ID, then I will put here comment ID. And actually, if you can see, we don't have here parent ID. And this is extremely important. Actually, here we can have a property parent ID, and it will be null by default, which actually makes sense because all our root comments don't have parent ID. But all our replies can have parent ID, which means for the root comments, it will be parent ID null. And what we're doing then, we're checking, do we have parent ID? No. Then we will use our comment ID. But actually, when we're talking about our replies, and here are our replies, we need to pass here parent ID correctly. So it's not null anymore, it is comment.id. So once again, to create a comment here with add comment, we need our reply ID. And what is our reply ID? This is the check for parent ID. And if we have parent ID, so we are replying on some comment, then we just took this parent ID. And if parent ID is null, then we simply use our comment ID. Let's check now if our code is working. I'm reloading the page and everything is broken. So first of all, add comment is not defined. As you can see here, we are passing add comment, but we don't have here this method. This means that we must provide here add comment function and also here inside our replies. So here I will also add our add comment, and we must provide it from our comments. This means that here we will write add comment to add it inside our child component. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and we don't have any errors. Now here let's click on reply. And as you can see, we directly see our form here. So how does it work? Here we have our comment component, and here we have our reply button. And here we're setting active comment inside our parent state, and we're providing here ID and type replying. Then we're passing this information in every single comment with this code of active comment props. And after this, each comment can calculate if we are replying or not. And as you can see here, we have this code for is replying. And if we are replying, then we are rendering here this comment form. And this is extremely important because actually when we will hit this reply, we don't want to render this comment form anymore. We want to render it here on the bottom. And it will be changed automatically when we change the state with another ID. Let's check this out. I'm hitting here and we're getting some error. Actually, set active comment is not a function, which means we didn't provide it from outside. But actually the problem is that we didn't provide it to our reply. As you can see here, there is no such information. So first of all, here we need to pass our active comment to calculate this information, and also a setter set active comment. So we are passing exactly the same what we are passing to our parent. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here text is not defined. Let's check what we have in our 72 line. So we have our comment form and here add comment. And actually we're getting this text as a parameter here from our handle submit. So our comment form directly informs us what text we need to use in our add comment. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and hitting now reply. And as you can see now, our comment form is rendered after this specific comment. Then we're hitting here reply and our comment form is rendered after another comment. Which actually means in this comment we changed our state inside parent, and our parent passed this information to every single comment. And after this comment form was rendered. Which means our reply is working, and now here we can write something. And as you can see, I am now replying on our root comment. And I'm hitting here reply, and as you can see, this is our information. So add comment, this was the text, and this was our parent ID, which actually means this is our root comment, this is completely correct. And now the point is that we are replying to the comment that we just created. I'm passing here something, clicking reply, and as you can see here, we are getting exactly the same parent ID. What does it mean? We are replying here on the comment on the second level, which actually means we might create the next level, but we don't do it because we wrote this logic with reply here. And actually when we're replying on the third level, we're creating the comment on the previous level. And as you can see here, when we're replying, our new comments are going to the bottom. And the only problem that I see here, our reply form is not closed after we successfully replied. But we can actually easily fix it. First of all, we need to jump inside our comments and here our add comment. So inside our then, when we successfully updated our comments, we want to set back our active comment to null. This is why here we can simply write set active comment, and here we can pass inside null. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, I'm creating here a new reply, and after hitting reply, our form is not there anymore, and we can see our created reply. Which actually means we successfully created our replies functionality and we just need to implement editing. But it will be really a breeze because our architecture is really good. For this we must jump back inside our comment, and here we already have this property isEditing, so we know when we're inside editing state. And we also wrote here this click event for editing button, and here as you can see we set inside active comment our ID and type. Which actually means we simply need to render here different information. So we're rendering here comment body when we're not in editing state. Let's write this now. We can write here logic. If we're not inside isEditing state, then we're rendering here this div. But if we're inside editing state, we want to render our comment form. And for this here, I will write if we're inside editing state, then here will be our form. And we will use this comment form that we just created. And first of all, inside we're passing new submit label. It will be update. And now we need to tune it a little bit, because we also need here a cancel button. This is why I will write here has cancel button, because actually we don't need to render it always, but just for editing. And we also need here initial text. Why? Because we're editing this comment and we must provide inside form some initial data. This is why here we also will create initial text and we just provide here comment.body, which means the content of our comment. And after this, we need a handle submit function. So actually when we're submitting this form, which means editing, we need to call here our update comment. And we don't have this function here, but we will provide it in a second. And inside update comment, we need two things. First of all, our text, and secondly, comment ID, because our backend must know what comment we need to update. And actually it's not all, we also need handle cancel, because actually our form doesn't know how to handle it, and we also need to create it. This is why here I will simply create handle cancel function, and here inside what we need to do is to set our active comment to null. And actually here we already have set active comment, so we can directly set it to null. So this is our new API for our comment form. So we have here has cancel button, initial text, and handle cancel. And we just need to create these three properties inside our comment form. This is why I will open it here on the right, and here let's pass all new properties. First of all, it's handle cancel button, then initial text, and handle cancel. And it will be useful to just set has cancel button by default to false, because it will be just true in our editing state. And we also have here initial text, and we can set it by default to empty string, because actually in all cases except of edit, it will be our empty string. And handle cancel we must provide always, and if we didn't provide it, it means that our has cancel button is also false and we don't need to render it. So now first of all we must set inside our default value inside text here initial text, and in our create and reply forms it will be an empty string because we set it here and we don't provide it from outside. But inside our editing form it will be set it from outside, and then we will have our correct state. The next step here is to render our cancel button. Actually here we have our submit label, and after this we want one more button, and here we need to write our logic. So if has cancel button is true, then we need to render additionally button. And here will be button with type button, because we don't want to submit our form, and here will be special class name. And it will be here comment form button, so just like submit, but also comment form cancel button, because it has specific styles. And after this we need our onClick event, and here we must provide our handle cancel. And handle cancel is just a function from our props, so we don't have it here. So what we did here, we rendered our cancel button only when we provided has cancel true from outside. Now let's check if it's working. So I'm reloading the page and we don't have any errors. Now we must create new comment, and here it is, and I'm hitting edit. And as you can see, voila, we see our comment form with text directly. The only problem is here that we didn't render any text inside the button, but it is easy to fix. Here inside our button, we just need to write cancel, and after this we can close our button tag. Let's reload the page, write here a comment and click edit. As you can see, now we have two buttons, update and cancel, and here we don't see our body anymore because this is the editing state of our comment, and here we rendered our text. Now we can change it and hit update. But as you can see, nothing is working because we didn't pass our update comment inside our comment. This is why we need to jump inside our comment and here update comment function. And we should not forget to pass it to our replies also. This is why here I will write update comment equals update comment, and here on the top inside our comment component we also want to pass inside props our update comment function. And actually here I have a wrong import. This is not correct. This was auto import of my editor. Now we need to jump inside our comments, and here on the bottom we must provide update comment function and pass it here as a props. But we don't have this function at all here. This is why we must create it. This is why here after our delete comment I want to create our update comment function, and we're getting here our text and comment ID that we must update. And now inside we must call our API for update. This is why here on the top I can call update comment as update comment API and use it inside this function. So what we want to do now, we want to call update comment API, and we're passing inside our text and comment ID. We're waiting for success, so here we're writing then, and we're getting back our comment. But actually here we don't need any information because we already got text here and we know what comment we need to update. This is why here we can simply update our comments inside the state. And the easiest way to do it is by using map. So what I want to create here is updated backend comments, and here we want to map through our backend comments with map, and here we're getting each comment. And inside we now need to write the logic. We want to compare our backend comment.id with our comment ID that we want to update. And actually here inside we will have logic of updating. And if it's not equal, then we simply return our backend comment. What does it mean? Here we will get our array of updated backend comments, and we're mapping through them, and we simply change only single comment that we want to update. For all other comments we simply return them as it is. Now inside this if we just need to override our body property. This is why here I will return new object, and I want to spread the whole backend comment here and just override body property with the new text that we passed here inside our function. And after this we simply need to set our backend comments with updated backend comments. If this React code looks complicated for you and you think that you're missing some React knowledge, I have a full course with React interview questions where I covered all knowledge of React that you need to know, and I will link it in the description box below, so don't forget to check it out. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, we must create a comment, and here I'm hitting edit. This is our comment, I'm writing something, hitting update, and as you can see our form is still there, because we forgot to set our active comment to null. This is why after this line we need to call setActiveComment and pass inside null. Let's save this and reload the page, and here we want to create a comment, hit edit and change it. Now I'm hitting update, and as you can see we directly see our changed comment after we got successful response from our API. Which actually means we can reply here and create another comment, and here we can also hit edit, and then we're editing this specific comment by this ID. Then we can change it and hit update. But the most important part that we're doing it only for 5 minutes, and after this we can't update comments anymore. We successfully created our nested comments inside React with replies, editing and deleting. And as you can see, it's not an easy feature at all, but you really need it in almost every project. We built here lots of projects together, but if you want to prepare for React interview to get better job or earn more money, I highly recommend you to check this video where I am covering all questions that you typically get on React interview.